Okay. Good morning. I am Kenyon McDuffie, at-large council member and chair of the Council's Committee on Business and Economic Development. Today's June 16th, 2025. It's Monday, and we're convening this hearing in a hybrid fashion, both via Zoom and from room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building. This hearing is also being streamed live on the council's website. The time is 9:09 a.m., and I'm calling to order this budget oversight hearing. This is the committee's fourth and final budget oversight hearing for fiscal year 2026 budget season. The district continues, as most people know, to navigate a challenging financial environment shaped by slower revenue growth, shifting federal dynamics, and long-term economic uncertainty. Compared to previous years, the fiscal outlook remains constrained by the loss of temporary federal relief funds and structural imbalances between spending and revenue growth. This morning, the committee will hear testimony from two agencies under its purview: the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, as well as the Department of Small and Local Business Development. Government witnesses will have 7 minutes for opening statements, which will be followed by rounds of questions. At this time, I want to acknowledge and see if there's any committee members or other council members who have joined us virtually. I do not see anybody. Okay. All right. In that case, we're going to get going with our government witness. First, we're going to hear from the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, or DMPED. The DMPED is charged with developing and executing the district's economic strategy and managing the city's portfolio of real estate development projects. This mission includes the creation and preservation of affordable housing, job creation and workforce development, and growing parts of the district's tax base. DMPED also oversees certain innovative policies and programs that help create pathways to the middle class according to its website. More recently, it is the lead agency seeking to address the reimagination and redevelopment of downtown DC. The proposed fiscal year 2026 operating budget for DMPED is approximately $56.4 million, which represents a 17.8% increase from the fiscal year 2025 approved operating budget of approximately $47.9 million. DMPED's proposed operating budget is mostly comprised of local funds. The agency has budgeted for 85.8 full-time equivalents, a decrease of 5.2 FTEs from its approved FTEs in fiscal year 2025 budget. DMPED also has a proposed capital budget of approximately $325.7 million and 18.7% reduction from its fiscal year 2025 approved capital budget of $400.4 million. With that, I'm going to turn to our government witnesses. And if you all would mind standing and raising your right hand so I can swear you all in before we get going. Do you each swear or affirm on the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give to the Council of the District of Columbia and the Committee on Business and Economic Development is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. Good morning to each of you. Welcome back to the council. Thanks for joining us in person. Deputy Mayor Albert, it's good to see you. You can begin your testimony whenever you're ready.
Well, thank you so much, and good morning, Chairperson McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My name's Nina Albert, and I'm the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. I'd like to acknowledge all of the public witnesses who provided testimony earlier this month and thank them for their comments, feedback, and questions. I'm pleased to testify today on Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 26 budget and financial plan for DMPED. To begin this conversation and setting up of our proposed FY26 budget, I want to speak a moment about the economic conditions that we are currently in. The U.S. as a whole is experiencing potential for stagflation due to tariffs and increased import costs, as well as government layoffs and other policies that have created heightened economic uncertainty. The District of Columbia itself could lose up to 40,000 federal jobs over the next 4 years, $1 billion in revenue loss in that same time period, a housing market that is under significant strain, and a downtown that still requires significant investment to fill or replace underutilized offices. In times like these, managers of economic policy deploy a combination of tools, typically to reduce costs and uncertainty and increase the flow of capital in order to drive investment, job creation, and consumer confidence. As a local government, We have no control over interest rates or national trade policies, but what we do control is our regulatory environment, our economic policies, and housing policies, as well as local investments. Considering these challenges, we are in a pivotal moment. This moment requires a unified path forward, one that reflects new economic realities. It requires thoughtful decisions about where to make cuts and where to invest strategically. We must rethink our regional competitiveness and pivot toward policies and practices that attract and retain business. Uncertain times demand bold leadership, and I want to thank Mayor Bowser and my colleagues in the administration who have worked tirelessly to find innovative solutions and chart a path forward. This includes the FY26 budget, Grow DC. Grow DC is designed to rebalance our economy by focusing on high growth subsectors of the economy. This includes sports and entertainment, as well as technology and other industries that can grow. We also are looking at cutting red tape and removing barriers to growth, as well as continuing our focus on repositioning downtown for its long-term sustainability. Under Mayor Bowser's leadership, we have developed a comprehensive strategy that supports the long-term viability of the district. We call this the growth agenda. Where possible, we need certainty in delivery of jobs and a resilient economy. We do that by first diversifying our economy with investments in sports, entertainment, and technology. Our new economy needs anchor tenants that are invested in the district, its people, and its businesses. We also need to create places that people want to continue to live, work, play, and thrive. To do this, a banner investment in this year's budget is bringing the Washington Commanders home to DC. This is a once-in-a-generation investment, not only in the RFK campus, but also in the district as a whole. We will bring our team back, generate revenue for the entire District of Columbia, and create new housing, jobs, and retail opportunities for Ward 7. The Commanders' $2.7 billion investment, and by the way, I will note that this is a minimum investment, provides a new opportunity and creates certainty for new employers with a world-class stadium and entertainment venue to host Super Bowls and iconic concerts. The investment does deliver jobs, which is our North Star over the coming years. Having the Commanders Stadium as an anchor is critical for turning a vacant and underutilized area into a destination with many offerings for visitors and local opportunities for residents. The world-class entertainment and sports facility created through our investment in RFK and Capital One Arena will attract visitors and residents and support business growth and create jobs. These investments taken together are a win for the district, its residents, and our economic resilience. Next, we look to areas where our economy could capture growth and opportunity. The district has the potential to be a tech hub for the country. We have the talent, the resources, and the infrastructure, but we need the investment in this sector in order to allow it to grow. The growth agenda reflects the district's need to attract and retain high-growth industries through the creation of the Technology Ecosystem Fund, return of the Qualified High Technology Company Tax Credit, and other investments. The growth agenda lays a foundation to create thousands of new jobs in a burgeoning industry. Leading jurisdictions use well-funded economic development organizations and incentive programs to attract job-creating businesses. By contrast, DC currently underinvests in marketing our strengths to prospective companies. The FY26 budget intends to diversify our economy, grow our marketing capacity, and build momentum to support, retain, and expand high-growth industries. Creating an environment of economic growth and prosperity requires careful review of data and trends and listening to our businesses about their pain points. In developing the growth agenda, data trends and business insights currently indicate that DC's processes and procedures are too lengthy, too burdensome, and often we are an outlier in the context of our neighbors in this region. We listened, we learned, and we responded. Among the first of our proposals is to reform our zoning appeals procedures and pausing policies that hinder development and investment. We also propose repealing policies that, while well-intentioned, were passed in different economic climate and are now burdening and threatening our employers. Of course, this includes the housing market and the fact that the district's housing ecosystem is facing severe financial distress and existing affordable units are at risk of foreclosure. We must address this important marketplace as well as the marketplace overall. To begin, we are looking at making corrections in the Rental Act. The result of a comprehensive examination of our housing policies and procedures is necessary to reverse this trend and to return the district to its place as a national leader in housing production. The growth agenda relies heavily on the development of our economic engine, which is downtown DC. Since the pandemic, DMPED has focused on recovery and long-term growth. Downtown is the heart of our economy, but it is suffering. Through support of conversions, activations, and growth, we have utilized everything in our toolkit to incentivize and catalyze the repositioning of downtown. Our proposals in this budget build upon the progress made against the Comeback Plan and the Downtown Action Plan and include investments to revitalize Gallery Place Chinatown and support businesses while our investments in Capital One Arena come to fruition. We want to deliver a festival plaza around the Portrait Gallery to open together once the new arena is complete. Additionally, connecting Farragut Square, McPherson Square, and Lafayette Park not only become an opportunity to have them be an amenity for a growing residential base, but also achieve the long-awaited desire to draw tourists up from the White House and into our downtown. While these investments will transform the public realm, we must also preserve the cultural heritage and vibrancy of Chinatown through supporting programs that we have proposed, such as the Chinatown Renewal Initiative. The growth agenda meets the moment, drives change, and generates the economic activity needed to keep DC as a world-class city and respond to the new challenges we face. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My team and I look forward to answering any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Deputy Mayor. I want to note that we've been joined by Ward 6 Council Member and member of the committee, Charles Allen. We'll do 10-minute rounds, Councilmember Allen. I want to start with, and I appreciate you acknowledging the public witness testimony that the committee had. And we have some questions based on some of the testimony we received and feedback from individuals and organizations and businesses who testified during our public witness testimony. We received a number of testimonies on the Gallery Square investments and the need for anti-displacement investments in Chinatown, nonprofit workforce housing qualifications, the food access and neighborhood prosperity funds, Main Street investments, RFK and amending existing PLA law, and guaranteed income pilot expansion, to name a few. And I want to ask you about some of these and some other activities. First, the proposed BSA expands the boundaries of the housing in downtown program to include Georgetown bid and DuPont bid areas. However, the amount available for the program was reduced in FY27 from $6.8 million to $5 million. The committee received testimony from people like Jair Lynch, who urged us to restore funding to ensure the program can reach its intended scale and deliver maximum impact. So I'm curious to understand why the executive reduced the amount available in FY27. I also want to know how many projects you expect the $5 million tax abatement to cover in FY27. And just in responding to that question or those questions, if you could provide an overall update, any milestones that you have accomplished thus far in the program.
Well, thank you so much for this question. As you know, the District of Columbia and the Housing in Downtown program were among the first across the country to be launched in response to, the pandemic really changing the nature and the demand for office downtown. So to date, since the program launched, we've been able to make 7 reservations meaning award 7 projects. This is totaling. Okay. So this is totaling 1,400 units to be located in downtown, which we think is great progress. We've also noted that there are a handful of projects that are happening in the commercial marketplace that are not using the housing in downtown incentive, that they are able to structure their conversion just with private sector sources. As we started to receive, when the program opened and started to receive a number of different applications, we were finding that we were being approached by other submarkets that have high concentrations of older office stock, so 1970s, 1980s office stock, and high demand for residential property. And that's where we're looking to expand and capture those interested participants. We believe that when we took a look at the pipeline of reservations, given how slow and complicated the current housing marketplace is, we believe that we could adjust down to 5 million instead of the 6.5 million that we had before, not because we don't believe that there could be more activity, but that this moment, given the market conditions in housing, just are a little bit soft, and that we could approach 2026 with 5 million in place.
So we heard, and we had a chance to chat with folks from the Georgetown bid and are interested in some of the things that are in the pipeline there. Not much from DuPont. We haven't heard from DuPont at all. And so I'd love for you to talk about the need to exclude the DuPont bid in this area and whether there's a list of planned projects in that area that you could share with the committee, if not now, as a follow-up. That would be important for us to note. I also want to note before you respond that we've been joined by Ward 7 council member and member of the committee, Wendell Felder.
As for DuPont Circle, we've actually received quite a few inquiries. We do not make them public now because we are still just in exploration. But what has prompted us to include DuPont Circle, again, is a number of inquiries, the fact that there's a concentration of older building stock, office stock, and high demand for residential. And so I think that there will be, if this is approved and the boundary expanded, I think we will see applications from DuPont Circle.
Okay, I appreciate that. What about housing outside of downtown? I know obviously downtown is a focus. You mentioned it as the economic engine in your testimony. And I would agree with that. I know, and I'll get to some other questions later on in my questions about what Cbed and the executive is doing to support small businesses outside of the downtown corridor. I know you have some things in mind, so we'll get to that. But I want to talk about housing outside of the downtown corridor, specifically in high need areas. I know you all have had goals in terms of the amount of housing that you want to build. I believe it's 36,000 units overall. 12,000 affordable. But what about the housing in high need areas? What more is the executive doing, particularly Cbed, working with your team and any particular sister agencies within the government to produce housing in the high need areas of the city?
I'm sorry, what do you consider high need?
You all have a Hanta project, and I know that there are areas that are west of the park, I believe, that are included in how you all viewed it in the report that you all produce.
Okay. So we continue to prioritize, and you'll see in our capital budget, the advancement of projects that Cbed has long sponsored that will produce housing all over the city. This includes in Ward 5, in Ward 7 and 8. And so we continue to advance Ward 1. We continue to advance all of those projects without falter. The opportunity in downtown is really just that there's significant potential space that we could add more production of housing. Not only is it important for the vibrancy of downtown, but it's a place where we can grow or include more units without displacing existing residents. As you know, RFK site will also accommodate, and again, this is an estimate before we're able to, complete the master planning, anywhere between 4,000 to 6,000 new units. So I would say that across the DEMPED portfolio, we are advancing with housing projects of significant scale across the city.
But what specifically are you all doing, and how would you describe the successes thus far for housing specifically in the high need areas of the city, though, right? I look at some of the efforts over the years, the equity report that the mayor produced, and some of the incentives that are in place to try to produce housing generally, but affordable housing in those high need areas. I'd love to hear you all talk about that.
Well, as you know, we've not been able to meet the target that we had desired for and identified for areas like Ward 3 for affordable housing. We have a major project, the Chevy Chase Civic Site, which we believe could deliver 100 units total. And we'll just continue to identify sites across the city that we control and that we can have influence in, so that we can produce more housing. The relationship with the federal government becomes an interesting one, particularly when we're talking about high need areas in particular, because there is a major property that the federal government owns off of Nebraska Avenue. Does that become a next opportunity for the district to deliver more housing?
Across from American University?
Across from American University, yes. So that becomes an interesting site for a long-term prospect. It's not right now, but we believe that it could be in the future. So we'll just continue to work on it. But land, as you know, is scarce, particularly in high-cost areas, and so we'd have to be very strategic.
Yeah, and I think at some point in my questions, I'll also ask about some of the plans of the federal government and how you all are viewing some of the potential opportunities there. The mayor's letter to the council highlights a $1.1 million investment to support businesses in Chinatown and Gallery Place, while the Capital One Arena redevelopment project is under construction, and $17 million for the Gallery Square project and the revitalization of Farragut Square, McPherson Square, and Lafayette Park, among other things. There are also line items in your operating budget at DEMPED for downtown sub-area planning initiatives for Penn West. I know I've heard you talk about that. Downtown West Golden Triangle grants and subsidies. I want to talk specifics, though. How much money is proposed to go toward Chinatown, Gallery Square, and downtown and DEMPED's operating capital budgets in FY26 and throughout the financial plan? And as we go through those numbers, I'd love for you to talk about the specific purposes for each.
Well, thank you so much. So for downtown in FY26, we are looking at kind of a mix of different types of investments. In some cases, we are investing in the actual place. If you recall, in the comeback plan, there were 3 pillars: fill the space, change the space, bring the people. That is what we're executing against. So in terms of changing the space, how do you make it more accommodating to a greater mix of uses, including residents? And how do you make Gallery Place, which is the cultural and entertainment epicenter, not just of the city, but really of the region, become renewed and refreshed? Back in the late 90s, we brought on the MCI Center, and we saw what that did for the vibrancy of Gallery Place. Today, we have more than 18 theaters and other cultural institutions right around Gallery Place, Chinatown. With the redevelopment and basically kind of revisioning of the Capital One Arena, which is right next to the Portrait Gallery, we are seeing demand for people to use the public roads and streets, particularly F Street, where the holiday market locates. And what we want to do is invest in the block between 9th and 7th Street and make that a true festival plaza. That accounts for about $8 million of what we're proposing. Shifting gears to Another part of downtown, right in front of the White House, that connects to Farragut Square, Farragut Square and McPherson Square. We see an opportunity to draw visitors that go in droves to take pictures of the White House and bring them into our city so that they can spend money, have lunch, and spend an extra day or two. And so 2 years ago or 3 years ago, there's been $10 million that was put in the district's budget for enhancing Farragut Square, just like we did Franklin Square, and we want to come back to that. But we want to make sure that the connections between Farragut Square, Lafayette, and McPherson Square and Lafayette are really vibrant as well. And in a constrained budget, we're advancing design this year, so $2 million.
Okay, and I'm over my time for this round. I'm going to come back to this line of questioning in my next round, just to tee up where I'm going. I also want to talk about specifically the rejuvenate and preserve the cultural identity of Chinatown. I'm quoting from some of the materials that you all provided pre-hearing, and I think it's $250,000 for that. I'm going to explore that, understand what you all intend for that funding and whether or not it's enough to capture what it is that you all intend, but also to juxtapose that with the testimony we received from the public, which suggests that it's not nearly enough to really address some of the challenges faced by Chinatown. I'm also going to talk a little bit about RFK and some of the things that you all are doing outside of the downtown commercial corridors. But I'm going to turn it to Charles Allen for a round.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. Deputy Mayor, good to see you and your team. I have a hearing that starts at 10, so I will probably only get this one round in. But if the DMV is a short hearing, I'll look forward to trying to get back up with you a little bit. I want to start, you and I talked about this a few days ago. I saw an announcement was made this morning, so I'm sure the timing has no coincidence whatsoever with this hearing. But last year, the council put $350,000 into the DSLBD budget to help support businesses in Ward 6. I am confused as to there is a grant that is for sustainability and stabilization, is what it's titled as. So 250 out of the 350,000 is going to sustainability and stabilization, when this entire grant is supposed to be about supporting our local businesses. Can you share anything more about what that is?
I would not want to speak out of turn without knowing the details of that. I know that in general, across the district, we are concerned about, with consumer confidence being shaky, how that impacts both our retailers as well as our restaurants in the district.
These were dollars that had a very specific purpose. I'm going to read from the budget. It is a $350,000 grant to DSLBD, quote, for a nonprofit organization that advocates, connects, and promotes Capitol Hill businesses and commerce to support partnerships with small businesses, retailers, restaurants, and neighbors along our DSLBD DC Main Street retail corridors in Ward 6. So the grant is going to an entity that is based in Columbia Heights. I don't understand how it even meets this of an organization that advocates, connects, and promotes Capitol Hill businesses and commerce. Perhaps they're saying that's what they would aspire to do. I'm thoroughly confused as to what this grant, the decisions that were made, and we're about to enter the fourth quarter of this fiscal year. You're going to hear frustration in my voice over this because these dollars were approved more than a year ago at this point, because we have businesses and commercial corridors that are hurting. And the whole point around this was to get dollars out to help support activating local businesses, supporting these corridors. And we're almost in the fourth quarter and the dollars are going out today, which just happens to coincide with when the hearing is. So call me a little bit skeptical about that. But there doesn't feel any urgency in this. And I am really frustrated. That's something we're trying to do to help support our businesses, because what I hear from our local businesses is, if I'm not downtown or own an NFL franchise, I am not a priority. And I know when I talk to you, Deputy Mayor, that's not how you think. And I know that we've had great conversations about ways that we're going to do this, but the way that it's happening and the dollars and what gets prioritized and what doesn't is incredibly frustrating. And I can understand why they're feeling that way. Let me also ask about the cut for our Great Streets grants. So that seems to be reduced from 7 million to 3.6 in this proposed budget. So cutting that in half. I assume that means we're doing half the amount of grants. Or are you intending that fewer grants, but perhaps larger amounts, which you think might have bigger punch, bigger impact? What's the strategy between cutting that funding in half?
So our intention was not to, so we have we have, kind of a handful of different programs across DEMPED and DSLBD designed to help businesses along our commercial corridors. So our intent is to make sure that there's a modest cut because we've had to take cuts across the district in order to, meet the mark for FY26. But we are looking to work with the council to make sure that the correction that's needed in order to make sure that our small business and retail programs are at approximately the same level as they were last year.
Okay, so help me understand how we do accomplish that with half the funding.
We wouldn't, go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember. So you will notice that there were funds that were set aside through dedicated taxes to go to DEMPED, and a portion of those funds are rolled up into a grant to the Economic Partnership. The intention is to actually have a portion of the funds that go to the Economic Partnership for Great Streets. So we're actually looking to fund Great Streets at 6.2 million, which is still a slight reduction, but more than what's showing up in the other line items. So
Okay, so that's within the 5.1 that would be going from the hotel tax?
Correct. The intention was to have Great Streets funded at 6.2 and the partnership funded at 5.1.
And the source of funding for the partnership to come through the dedicated taxes, which opens up funding that in FY25, the funding that goes to the partnership comes out of DEMPED's operating budget. So there's a shifting of where the source of money comes from because of the opening up or the dedicated tax source.
Okay, so let me switch gears and talk about that dedicated tax source. I'll say I am concerned about this because the hotels came to us asking for this. It was an agreement we all made that we were going to increase a hotel tax specifically to go reinvest back into Destination DC, which then generates more activity here in the district. So I am a little surprised that this is the tack taken, but within this, it sure seems like, so 8 million of that hotel tax that every hotel is paying across the city is going for a curbless public space at the gallery, at National Portrait Gallery, so Chinatown. 5.1 million for DC Economic Partnership. That's what you're talking about would backfill the Great Streets cuts? Okay.
Yes.
1.1 million for Chinatown activations, 250,000 for Chinatown renewal, 2 million for park improvements at Farragut Square, McPherson Square, Lafayette Park. Basically just feels like there's a hotel tax that gets reinvested back into predominantly Chinatown.
Chinatown, like I said, is really the heart of our entertainment and cultural district. And so that feeds and supports all kinds of activity, but namely a visitor experience. In this environment.
What do I say to the hotels at the wharf?
What's that?
How do I sell this to the hotels at the wharf in Southwest, where we just paid off the bonds early because that is such an economic engine for our city, but that hotel money no longer is going to go to Destination DC to help promote people coming down to events at the wharf, also a pretty significant destination, but instead is going to be going somewhere else.
So marketing alone is not the only way to attract visitors. You have to have a place that's exciting that people want and need to go to. I'll use Bourbon Street as an example. It's not the marketing function that promotes people's interest in going to New Orleans and the experience that you can have in New Orleans. It's that when you get there, you have a tremendous experience. All of these things work together to attract visitors to our city. 60% of visitors, when they come to any city, but DC, first go to downtown before they go to other places. So downtown and the offerings that they have and the experiences that they have is critically important to the vibrancy of the entirety of the city.
I don't disagree with that. And I don't disagree with the idea of this herbless public space. I think that's really important, actually. I'm concerned about the funding source. That by choosing to use this hotel surtax that we had all made an agreement with the hotels over as the funding source, that's what gives me pause. I agree with you. Making investments downtown is a good thing. We need to continue doing it. I'm actually pretty excited about this curbless public space. I think it'll create a really great, vibrant activation space that we want. What I don't like is that we're taking a hotel surtax that we had all agreed was going to be for something different. And I think it's also really difficult for me to go tell my hotels in other parts of Ward 6, for example, why that surtax now is not going to be helping fund efforts that we're bringing and drawing attractions to the wharf, for example, that's sitting there. I only have 1 minute left, so I want to make sure I hit one last thing. I do look forward, Mr. Chair, to at some point we'll be able to hold a hearing on RFK. I know there'll be a few questions today on that, but I did want to ask, and I think you and I talked about this very briefly, I want to understand for the $202 million infrastructure funding that seems to be dedicated for the RFK site itself. It's a very specific number, but no one's been able to tell me, and when I asked the DDOT director this, they didn't have an answer. How much of that $202 million is going towards streets or to sidewalks or to alleys? And what I'm getting at is, how did we determine 202 is the right number? Is it more? Is it less? What exactly is that buying us?
So at this stage in the project, what the numbers that we have are what are called rough orders of magnitude. You take a look at, what streets you're working with, what streets we know today need investment. That 202 does not include the development of all the small streets and alleyways once, sub-neighborhoods get delivered. It includes sort of the major roads in and out. So we were able to deliver or develop a rough order of magnitude. Once we go through the design process, that number will evolve. It'll be a little bit less, it'll be a little bit more based on the actual design. So we worked with a construction company and folks who are looking at the site and site planners to estimate what that cost would be, and that's the number that they developed.
Okay. And apologies, Mr. Chair, for just a quick second longer. Is that something you can provide through the chair to the committee? What that estimate looks like so we better understand it?
I'll have to get back to you on that. So, I don't know what a rough order of magnitude is based on very basic assumptions. It's not a perfect budget. And so I just want to make sure that, there isn't an assumption of, exactly how many lineal feet of sidewalk and how wide a sidewalk is going to be. That's not going to be available.
If we're specific enough that we know how much parking structures and garages we want to build, but we're not specific on this, it gives me pause. But certainly a follow up. I know we'll look forward to longer hearings on this.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr.
No
Chair.
doubt about it. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Felder.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Deputy Mayor, members of your senior leadership team. My questions are centered around just some general budget questions. Then I'll go into projects in the ward. Then I'll ask RFK questions. The mayor's proposed budget is titled Grow DC. Could you speak to how your budget reflects that?
Sure. We are looking at, we are specifically focused on replacing potential job loss with new jobs. And so when we look at the economic climate that we're in today, and I try to identify where there are new jobs that can grow and where we have certainty of private investment to create those jobs, there are several subsectors that come to mind that are evident in our landscape.
Okay.
The first is sports and entertainment and also technology. So you'll see investments to make sure that we can harness that growth, as well as continue to reposition downtown.
Now, Deputy Mayor, your proposed budget has an increase of 17.8%, while your number of FTEs have gone down. Could you speak to that?
Sure. Our budget is increasing so that we can continue to provide programs and services to enhance marketing and business attraction
Okay.
and also create incentives. So that's where you're seeing the increase in our budget. Yeah.
Which is for marketing to attract new businesses?
Yeah, it's a variety of different things. For example, we're proposing a $2.5 million technology ecosystem fund. So that would be money that would be deployed out to businesses. We have adequate staff to be able to administer that.
Got you. Could you speak to any unanticipated challenges that may not be reflected in your budget in FY 2026?
I think, it's hard to, the things that we're facing right now are what are happening in the federal government.
Okay.
What are decisions that are going to be made that affect national economic policy that we don't control? And how does the district overcome that?
Okay.
We are, at the end of the day, a small city. We're not so small. We're a big city, but 700,000 people. And we live within a region. And we're also, I think, going to need to work together with our regional partners to overcome what challenges may be before us in the coming year.
Now, I see that your budget has an increase in government subsidies and grants. Could you speak to why that increase was needed?
There's kind of a variety of different subsidies and grants that we're looking at increasing, including, like I said, the creation of the Tech Ecosystem Fund, the increasing marketing and business development with the economic partnership and even within our own staff. As I mentioned to Councilmember Allen, restoring and making sure that we have the Festival Fund, the Great Streets Fund, the Neighborhood Prosperity Funds, all of these funds that go directly to businesses.
Copy. Could you speak to if there's any funds dedicated to food access grants in this FY 2026 budget?
Hi, good morning, Councilman. I can answer that question for you. For the record, my name is Jamie Scott. There are funds currently to the program administrator for a program called Nourish DC.
Okay.
And so Capital Impact Partners is the program administrator for that program. They have an active grant with DemPed for a balance of $1.9 million that they intend to expand in FY26. It will support grants, low-cost loans, and technical assistance for food businesses specifically.
You mentioned Nourish DC. Could you speak to how Nourish DC may be different from the food access grant, and what was the decision making behind pivoting to Nourish DC from food access?
Sure. The Food Access Fund was a program that was funded through federal recovery dollars, so ARPA funds.
Gotcha.
And that was specifically designed to support existing food businesses that were opening new locations in Ward 7 and 8. So that's restaurants, food markets, and others. Nourish DC also provides grants to small food businesses to open. It also provides low-cost or no-cost loans, and also provides technical assistance. And there was a consortium of funding partners that work together through Nourish.
Mhm.
So the district is investing funds, and then those partners are also contributing funds. So the model works slightly differently, is intended to serve a slightly different audience.
Got you. Deputy Mayor, you mentioned recently about business development. Could you speak to why there was a decrease in funding in both business development and Great Streets Initiative in this year compared to recent years?
So for business development, we're not recommending reducing, we're recommending increasing.
Okay.
That is a primary goal of ours going into FY26. And business development resides with the economic partnership as well as with DemPed, and it's a symbiotic relationship. In terms of Great Streets, we are going to work with the council on making a technical correction to the budget.
Gotcha.
So that Great Streets can be not restored completely at the FY25 levels, which is $7 million, but $6.2 million instead.
Got you. Then, Deputy Mayor, this may predate you, but during my hearing with the director of DACD, I brought up the mayor's Black Homeownership Strike Force, which was established in 2022 with the goal of increasing Black homeownership by an additional 20,000 by 2030. Could you speak to how that initiative is going and the number of homeowners who benefited from the program?
Well, thank you for that question. That continues, Black homeownership continues to be a major priority of the mayor's as well as our office in conjunction with DHCD's. I will need to get back with you with exact numbers because I want to make sure to reflect what the impact of the AIRS program has had, which, as you know, is an investment in making sure that people can wealth build and retain their homes and pass them on to the next generation, as well as the Home Purchasing Assistance Program, which has been very successful, and we are recommending, again, full funding of this coming year.
Thank you. Now, I heard Chairperson McDuffie talk about Grow DC, specifically downtown. Could you speak about how you're growing DC in Ward 7? Just some of the investments that you were able to make.
Well, thank you so much for that question as well. We are incredibly proud of the work that DEMPED has done over the last 10 years to make sure that there is significant investment and equitable investment east of the river in Ward 7 and in Ward 8. St. Elizabeth's alone over the past 10 years has had over $1 billion of investment in the St. Elizabeth's campus. But I'm going to ask Director Frenzelbeim, who's our Director of Real Estate for DEMPED, to talk specifically about Ward 7 because we have been advancing and continuing to work on multiple projects in Ward 7.
Thanks. Good morning, Councilmember. Yeah, we are making great progress in Ward 7. I'll start with Fletcher Johnson. That campus, we have been actively negotiating LDAs on that. And on the design and development side, expect to have the UHS pad site ready by the end of this year. And continue to work with the developer on advancing the design for the balance of the site. And there are capital dollars to advance that effort in the proposed budget. The other high priority project for us in Ward 7 is East Capitol Gateway. We continue to very actively seek the grocer that the community has been waiting so long for, and we are making progress in that effort. Our proposed budget provides funding to close out the eminent domain case and also advance planning and design for site infrastructure. So that continues to be a top priority to continue to progress that project as well.
No.
Oh, and I'll just add one more thing. In this year's budget, but ever so important, Northeast Heights, which is on Minnesota Avenue, south of Benning, giving directly to retailers and businesses that want to open in Ward 7 has been, I think, part of our success story. And so but doing the combination of direct investment in projects, planning for neighborhood corridor studies, as well as direct investment in retailers that want to grow, we're really proud of the work that we've advanced in Ward 7.
Thank you. And could you speak to how, Mr. Chairman, can I ask one more question? Could you speak to how you guys prioritize projects?
In general?
Yes, or
okay.
yeah, just general Ward 7.
I mean, it's a combination of things. It depends on if there's an opportunity that has some market momentum. So we hear both. I mean, we look at the portfolio that the district owns to see, when and how to advance it. And then we listen to the market about how to advance it and whether or not there's interest in it, and we respond. And we're very fortunate that we have a team of folks who not only listen, and frankly, we listen to the community as well. But it's the confluence of those things, opportunity as well as ownership.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. That concludes my questions for this round. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. I want to pick up, Deputy Mayor, where we left off The proposed budget includes a $250,000 to, quote, rejuvenate and preserve the cultural identity of Chinatown, close quote. How does DePed plan to spend those funds?
So we
And is that
have,
accurate?
that is accurate, yes. So during the Gallery Place Task Force effort over the past year, several things were identified, recommendations that were made, and we will be sharing what those recommendations are fairly shortly this summer. But one of them, in terms of focusing on Chinatown as a sub-neighborhood, had to do with enhancing and bringing in new civic activities and users, restoring and improving and inviting, recruiting new Chinese and Asian-based businesses to the area, as well as bringing community together a lot more so we could have a more tailored, set of solutions and activities. So the $250,000 that's proposed in this year's budget is to really staff an entity that can help do that cultural planning and relationship building.
Okay, we had some, well, let me just go ahead and ask the questions I had prepared, then I'll come back to that. But the Chinatown Lease Incentive Program, is that funded for FY 2026?
It is, yes.
And how much is that?
It was 500,000 over 3 years, began this year in 25, and it goes through 26 and 27. So it's 125,000 each of those 3 years.
Okay. And what about your response to public testimony that recommends that this committee expand the program and extend it? I don't know if you heard that testimony.
Extend it to where?
Beyond where you have it in the budget.
Oh, so it's a bigger amount?
Yeah.
Before we do that, I would really like to look, and this is why we are advancing a retail strategy for the city. We need to take a look at what the shifts in retail demand is and how the city can best meet it and where. So before I would recommend expanding this program in particular, I would like to make sure that we have a sound strategy that supports the city overall.
I alluded to this earlier. Some of the happenings at the federal level, GSA otherwise, with potential dispositions of existing federal properties. Talk about that and any funding that you have in FY 26 towards federal repositioning and what that's going to entail.
So the federal government some time ago, maybe 5-6 months ago, announced that they were going to be disposing of 400 assets across the country. And then we saw that that information was very quickly retracted. We've since known that there are several assets that have been identified both by Congress and by GSA. And so we're trying to get a handle on which buildings they intend to move forward with. But our ask to the federal government is to pause and partner. We have to understand what they are doing and which assets are coming first, because ultimately the buyer of that asset or the lessee is going to need to come to the district to get approval, either in the form of zoning approvals, building approvals, or incentives. And what we cannot have is a variety of assets being put onto the market with no plan. So we want to work very quickly together. That's what our proposal is for $1.5 million to go and plan and really think through, particularly Southwest DC, which is south of the mall, north of 395, because it's an incredible location right next to the mall, and then of course right next to the wharf and the tidal basin, to do something incredible there that's of international interest, that could attract major capital, but it will not do that. And these buildings will sit there vacant if there isn't coordination from the top. And so that's what we're looking for in FY 26.
And I don't know if you already said it, but how much money is in your budget to do that?
We are requesting $1.5 million to do that.
Okay.
And we think that that's necessary to garner the type of investor and potentially international investor interest.
And that's all in FY 2026?
Correct. And there are activities that are ongoing today to try and promote collaboration and partnership.
Okay. I also teed up previously at the end of my round that I would ask about how DMPIT is viewing and what investment specifically is the executive making for commercial corridors outside of downtown. Thankfully, Ward 7 council members here and obviously advocating for Ward 7 asked some really specific questions about Ward 7. There is not a council member in Ward 8 currently, so I want to give you an opportunity as an at-large council member, chair of this committee, to talk about Ward 8. What kinds of investments does this budget make for businesses in Ward 8, and which corridors are prioritized in the mayor's budget and in the mayor's growth agenda for Ward 8 residents and small businesses?
Well, thank you so much for that question, Councilmember McDuffie. As you know, the mayor has made significant investments in Ward 8, which we are all just seeing the impact of, including and certainly not least is the Cedar Hill Regional Medical Center, which will not only bring healthcare services, but economic opportunity. As I mentioned earlier, $1 billion at St. Elizabeth's campus, which includes investments in retail. But currently, where we are making great stride is on Poplar Point. And we heard the delivery of the Bridge District a couple months ago. And so there's starting to be a significant node that is up and coming around Poplar Point and its connection to the Bridge District, which is in essence, really adjacent to and connected to downtown Anacostia. The district over the last 10 years has invested more than $50 million direct to businesses to locate in Ward 8. And so when we think of the corridor and the corridors in Ward 8, that we're going to be focusing on making sure that all these pieces connect, particularly with the 11th Street Bridge coming online. The two major corridors are Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue Southeast, as well as Marion Barry Avenue Southeast. And we think that that's where the concentration of activity is. That's what really connects all these neighborhoods together. And that's what we'll be working on with the community.
How many agencies have relocated east? I don't want to say east of the river because I don't think they're all east of the river, but in the case of DGS, it's in Northeast in Ward 7, but there have been several agencies that are now operating out of the east end of the District of Columbia. I don't know that you know all of them, but I'd love for you to talk about the thought behind doing that.
I know that there are at least three. DGS is one in Ward 7. DHCD moved down the street from its former location at the corner of Marion Barry and MLK, just down the street on MLK Ave, in a new, at the Gateway. Actually, it's not even down the street, it's across the street.
It's right across the street.
But the biggest one, and I think really an important one, is the Department of Health. And so that is significant resource that's been put there. And so that's what's creating that daytime activity. I don't know if there are others, but the thought behind all of that is to make sure that there's an employer base that really supports that daytime purchasing power and consumer demand. And as the mayor says, we like to lead first with our own investments. And that's the choice that we made. And we're seeing that retailers and services have followed.
So talk about how you all are measuring the impact of those types of decisions. I get the rationale behind why you do that, but I'd love to understand how you all are measuring the impact economically in those corridors.
Well, the way that we would measure impact, and I'd have to go and see if we've done it for that specific corridor, is number of jobs generated, number of new businesses that have opened, and that we do have a stat on, because we believe now, and we need to go and verify this, but significant number of new businesses, both corporate as well as retail from all sectors, has grown significantly in Ward 8. And then you would also take a look at things like, average family income, number of people employed, those types of metrics.
Okay. My time has expired for this round, so I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Felder, for the second round for him. Just to tee up for your team, I'm going to follow up on my third round with questions around RFK, the Qualified High Technology Company tax, as well as questions about and I still have to actually finish up the line item question I asked earlier about some of the funding in your budget. So I'm going to turn to Councilmember Felder for another round.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Picking up where I left off, specifically with Ward 7 projects. I saw that in your FY 2026 proposed budget, $15 million is allocated to East Capitol Gateway. Could you speak to what that money is going towards and where are we with attracting a grocer?
Sure, thank you. So the money, the 15 million for FY 26 is combined with the previous year's funding for a total of $30 million that we've reserved for that project. A portion of that will go to complete the eminent domain case. The amount of money that will be dedicated to that effort is not yet known because the court is still making its decision and we're going through that process. The balance of that will be able to be used to attract a grocer, whether that's providing some type of direct grant or infrastructure funding to a grocer that may be interested, and we'll also be able to advance some of the infrastructure planning and design for that site.
Thank you. Going to Fletcher Johnson, I saw that $32.6 million was set aside for Fletcher over the next 6 years. Could you speak to the anticipated development timeline for the site?
Sure. As I mentioned previously, we are currently negotiating the LDDA. We expect to have that to council by the fall.
Okay.
And so development timeline, once that LDA is approved and the LDA is signed, the developer will proceed with its design. And I expect that to take 18 months or so. I expect the first phase of development to be able to start in early FY 27, potentially by the end of next calendar year.
Okay.
And then the UHS site, like I said, the pad will be ready, is expected to be ready by the end of this year, which will allow UHS to advance its work on that site.
Thank you. Shifting over to Hill East, I saw that $20 million was allocated in FY 2026. Could you speak to what infrastructure elements this 20 million will focus on? And how will this further make sure that the Hill East campus is developed?
Sure. Right now, Hill East, it's separated into Bundle 1 and Bundle 2, two different development teams. For each of those bundles, there are multiple phases. So phase 1 of each of those bundles is what we're tying the infrastructure investment to. In order to complete the infrastructure for the entire Hill East will require us to come back in future budget years. But right now, we're focused on completing the infrastructure to ensure that those two first phases of development for Bundle 1 and Bundle 2 can proceed.
Okay. While I'm very grateful for the investments that are included in your proposed budget, I also noticed that there were not investments in a couple of projects that I want to bring up. The first one is the Northeast Heights redevelopment. Could you walk me through your decision making? I know that initially there was a TIF some years back, but I noticed in this budget cycle there was no funding for that project. Could you speak to that?
Well, before Director Fenselbeim answers, I just want to put on the record that All of DEMPED's projects that have not been able to receive or to move forward with TIF funding this year does not indicate a deprioritization of those projects, and there are a couple of them. These are projects that we have sponsored for many years and will continue to work on with the developer. And it's just a matter of the needs of the project this year compared to the constraints of our budget this year. So anyway, with that, I'll allow or ask Director Frenzelbaum to add any more.
Yeah, more specifically, I mean, we have been engaged with the developer both last year and this year. As you are aware, the TIF is only one component of project financing. And so the developer has been working on assembling the balance of the financing plan, which, as you are also aware, is very challenging in this environment. So we will continue to work with this developer to achieve a feasible financing plan and continue to support the development in whatever way we can, and including potentially coming back for a future request.
And the same with the Eastern Branch Boys and Girls Club. I noticed that there was no funding for FY 2026 as well.
Yeah, the Eastern Branch Boys and Girls Club, I believe that is going to need a significant amount of subsidy in order to advance. And that subsidy will not necessarily be capital funding. It'll need to go through DHCD's subsidy award process.
Copy. When you think about major capital construction projects, obviously local hiring is a big priority for me. How are you guys monitoring the compliance and making sure that our DC residents have DC jobs?
Well, we partner with DOES, as you know, and they are the ones who do all of the compliance monitoring and work with the entity that has signed up for a first source agreement.
Okay. Shifting gears to the RFK campus, Deputy Mayor, can you speak to how the RFK campus will stimulate our local economy, specifically in Ward 7, or for the district and in Ward 7, pardon me?
Well, thank you so much for that question. First of all, the easiest thing for people to understand is that there's going to be significant direct spending.
Okay.
So spending by the District of Columbia, spending by the commanders. So our green book, for the district articulates, for example, with our direct spending, the District of Columbia's, how much is going to be dedicated and awarded to certified business enterprises.
Okay.
So there's direct spending and there's direct spending that benefits certified business enterprises. That is incredibly important right now, more than any other time, because we don't have, we used to count cranes in the air. And nowadays, when you look across the landscape of the district, you don't see a volume of cranes for any number of reasons. And so this direct spending and commitment, not only by the private sector, but also by the district together, is going to have the benefits of new contracts, and new contracts equals jobs. And we know that there's going to be certainty of delivery over the next 4 years, which means that if I'm a contractor who's facing uncertainty in the market, that I know that I can hang on to a job that I've already employed somebody in, or grow my business because I know what I can expect. And then the most important thing is the second piece to the equation, which is what is the indirect spending? And that's where communities that are directly around the RFK site will benefit the most, because as contractors and visitors come to the site for work to build the stadium, that you will see buying of from restaurants, their breakfast, their lunch, after work. That indirect spending is incredibly important. And what we're estimating for the construction of the stadium alone, no other components to it, is $2 billion of economic activity and 14,000 jobs.
Now, Deputy Mayor, your role as a deputy mayor is to increase taxes, housing, and business development. Where we are in the city, we got the Rental Act, we have businesses closing. If I think the deal will get done, but if the commanders were to walk away, how would that impact the district from your perspective?
Well, my perspective is that it would impact the district very negatively.
Okay.
We have a major employer and a major investor that wants to come to the district. If we do not approve this, what we're signaling to the marketplace, not just this one team, but to the broader marketplace, is that we are not open for business. And so we want to be open for business. The other thing that I think will be directly detrimental to the residents of the District of Columbia and to our certified business enterprises is that the uncertainty of where the next job is coming, where the next paycheck is coming from, and where the next contract is.
Now, Deputy Mayor, I got a call as recently as last night from a resident saying, I feel like we've been talking about the RFK development for 2+ years. Like it's ongoing. Could you speak to, if any, the level of community engagement that DPED has done to educate neighbors on the development, the possibility of the commanders returning back to the District of Columbia?
Thank you for that question. The mayor has been talking about RFK campus for 10 years and getting it from the federal government. And so we finally have it. And so the question is, what are we going to do with it? I would say that between the executive office of the mayor and DPED together, we've been speaking with the community for over 18 months. I remember my first month on the job, which was October of 2023. I went to a community meeting about RFK where the community presented what their aspirations and interests in the site were. So it's been ongoing, but obviously we've been ramping up since January when we knew that we had site control and that this project could move forward.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, could you speak to any opportunities in which neighbors will have an opportunity to weigh in, whether that's design, whether it's shifting parking garages, et cetera?
Well, this is a great question. The not just the neighbors, but the city as a whole is having the opportunity to weigh in on the deal and the money in this budget. So that's one moment to get involved, engaged, and share, your input into the actual budget. But the real engagement with the community, particularly those at the surrounding neighborhoods that are affected the most physically and by the activity on the site, will be during our master planning process and environmental assessment process, which once this project and its budget is approved, we will immediately move into that phase of master planning. And then the last piece of it is when we go to zone the rest of the site. And that is, again, a community input process that many people understand and participate in.
I have two questions, and I appreciate the chairman's patience. What do you say to neighbors who say the city doesn't get any revenue or taxes from this development deal? They think it's a giveaway.
Well, that's just not correct. There are a variety of different taxes that get generated, including income tax from jobs, including sales tax, hotel tax, property tax. And so there is two reports that people can look at to see exactly which taxes we are proposing to abate in order to make the project feasible and the deal feasible. But what's very important to your question is, what is the return that the district's getting directly? And how much money? And we are estimating $4 billion in tax revenue over the next 30 years. So I just ask people to go and take a look at what reports are available and study those, and you will see that we are going to be receiving significant tax benefit and, as importantly, significant job benefit.
My final question, I'm all about Ward 7. As the Ward 7 council member, I want to make sure that jobs are set aside for Ward 7 residents, as well as ensuring that business owners who live in Ward 7 and want to do business in Ward 7 have an opportunity on the site. Could you speak to any opportunities in which small business owners will have an opportunity to take advantage of participating on the site?
I think that there are multiple opportunities, and I share your goal of having Ward 7 residents and businesses directly benefit from the investments being made, because as I've heard you say many times, it's our time. And so I believe in that, and we want to make sure that we have a program that benefits Ward 7 businesses and residents directly. We will work with the commanders to make sure that whoever their general contractor is, has a workforce center and does that outreach, that we can bring to the table the training required if somebody is not fully qualified right now to participate in the jobs that are going to be generated, that we get ahead of that. And we have a nice 4-year runway to be successful with that. In terms of local businesses, but Ward 7 particularly, if there are certified business enterprises, we're putting, a high priority on that. Again, starting with the very small business, but how do we use this opportunity to take what is currently a small business and move it to be a middle-sized business or a medium-sized business and make it a large businesses to grow in place in the district. And then last but not least are retailers. We think that this is going to be a great opportunity to highlight, just like we've done with the Nats, just like we've done at Capital One Arena. There's retail opportunities inside the arena as well as retail opportunities outside the arena. And so we will make sure to give and invite Ward 7 businesses to be part of those opportunities as well.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I know there's a lot of other questions that we'll ask at a later date, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for
Appreciate it.
allowing me to ask additional questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. I'm going to ask some questions about RFK, just some general questions based on, I'm still on a portion of my questions based on the public witness testimony that we had. And we received a number of testimonies on RFK. And there was a portion of testimony about the mayor's proposed PLA subtitle. How much money is included in the proposed FY26 budget and financial plan for the redevelopment of RFK? And if you could, in describing the money, if you could just break down for what purposes it's in the budget.
Okay, I will walk through the components of the budget proposal for RFK. There are 4 buckets or categories of investment. The first is $500 million, and this is for infrastructure to support the development of the stadium. How we are proposing to fund that $500 million is through the extension of the ballpark fee. And this portion of the project shows up in a line item in the debt cap model. And it's called RFK Campus Infrastructure Fund, otherwise known as WC0, if you're looking for it in the budget. That's where you will find it. The second bucket of investment is $181 million from Events DC. So it is in Events DC's budget. And that money is to go and construct one of the parking garages. And so Events DC is going to be issuing debt in order to fund that. And that can also be found in the district's debt model. So if you're looking for that 181, that's where you will look. There is approximately $202 million of infrastructure funding that is in DEMPED's budget. And that amount of money is split between FY25 all the way through, and then it's also in the FY26 to 28 CIP, Capital Improvement Program. So that's $201 million. And then additionally, there is $6.9 million in project support for the redevelopment, also within DEMPED's budget. And that money is to go towards all of the work that is required by the District of Columbia and our team to get the project to a place where it can move forward. So I've talked about that master plan, the EA, other kinds of things like that. That is what that $6.9 million goes toward. And hopefully that answers your question.
It does. Just, you mentioned that 202 million was in the CIP for what years?
It starts in FY '25, but it's really in '26, '27, and '28. So over the 4 years, starting this year.
Mhm. All right, I have plenty of other questions, but I want to make sure that we stay focused on this being a DMPED budget, and I don't want to separately. I'll have a hearing of some sort on RFK specifically. I know there's a lot of interest in it, but it deserves a lot more focus from the council outside of this process currently. I don't know if there's anything else you want to put on the record about RFK. I know you've had some questions both from me and my colleagues. So.
No, this is a centerpiece of the mayor's budget, just because of the certainty of delivery and the scope of the private investment, which is the largest in DC's history. And we believe very strongly that that the council should advance this project and its approval of the BSA items together with the budget during the budget cycle, so that we don't delay and that we don't have any delay with a private partner that is expressing such an important commitment to the city.
Got it. Let me ask you about the QHTC. In your testimony, you talked about technology investments and highlighted the restoration of the QHTC, the Qualified High Technology Company Tax Credit, for those at home listening and not familiar with the acronym. It has a revenue loss of $19.5 million over the financial plan. And you also mentioned the $2.5 million technology ecosystem fund. Are these designed, what were you talking about in your budget? Let me drill down on them just a bit. Last week, we had a testimony and oversight from the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, and they testified and shared in follow-up conversations that the subtitle is not administrable as proposed, and recommended that the subtitle be rewritten. Are you aware of the concerns raised by the Office of the Chief Financial Officer?
We, are aware of the testimony that was provided, and if there are technical changes or amendments that need to be made to the language as drafted, we certainly would want to make sure that we addressed any of his technical concerns.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that.
I will also say that there are multiple components of the QHTC bill or tax credit as it was originally drafted. Before, there were portions of the QHTC program that were rescinded by council. And so, what we are looking to do is not restore all of it, although frankly, I would like to have a discussion about that, but to restore a component that we think is the most attractive component for why businesses not only come to the District of Columbia to begin with, but what the QHTC does is it allows companies to stay in the district and grow. And that is where we see return on jobs.
Okay.
And that's why we're
I want to
proposing.
hear about this, and I appreciate you understanding that the council is going to ask questions about this, given the prior challenges and controversy around the incentive program and the council's action that I did not support in repealing it. But let me quote from the 2018 report of the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, where they made some recommendations. They said, and I'm quoting here, "The QHTC program demonstrates how poorly designed incentives can have significant fiscal costs for a jurisdiction, require additional administrative resources, and preclude an evaluation of results. To obtain better results, the QHTC could be amended in a variety of ways, including better targeting incentives, revisiting the definition of high technology, capping the amount of credits a firm can receive both annually and overall, implementing clawback provisions to recoup revenue if a company leaves the district, continuing data tracking and monitoring, and finally, increasing transparency and accountability of incentives by making recipient names and credit amounts public. Now, I had reviewed that report when it was initially produced by the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, and I had planned to hold a roundtable, but my colleagues essentially took action in the budget process without a hearing, contrary to some of the criticisms of the council acting in that fashion. They acted in that fashion. Knowing that, you proposed it, the mayor proposes it in the BSA subtitle. You said that there are certain aspects that you want to bring back. So I want to hear specifically about what you want to bring back and whether what the mayor proposes in the budget incorporates any of the recommendations made by the CFO in 2018.
The part that we specifically want to bring back is the capital gains tax credit component of it. So that would be something that's very important to us. In terms of adopting any of the recommendations made by the CFO, the concern about transparency is something that we can readily address and will address if this were to pass. Because, DMPED is currently sort of the vetting organization for tax abatements and other kinds of things. And so, even in the venture capital fund that, was launched earlier this year. So it's not unusual for us to play that role, and we would want to play that role in this case. So we can address the transparency issues. And then in terms of better targeting incentives, again, we would be very happy to work with the CFO to make sure that what they are seeing as concerns, that we craft these incentives in a way that they are most impactful.
Yeah, and so I want to be clear, though, that they're both the technical concerns I think the CFO raised in terms of drafting, but substantively, the committee was raising concerns. I had concerns way back when, but I thought it would have been more prudent for the council to modify, enhance, and make any revisions necessary to address some of the recommendations that were raised by the CFO, particularly around transparency and understanding who benefits. It appeared, based on the information, that there were a number of companies based outside of the District of Columbia who benefited from these incentives. And we wanted to make sure that, the committee wanted to make sure that we understood who was benefiting and why, and whether we were seeing growth in terms of hiring, which seemed to be at least one of the intentions behind the measure. So I think in order for this to move in this budget, it both needs to be a desire to address the technical aspects of the drafting, but also the substantive issues that I think are still outstanding. So I want to understand what you all are trying to achieve, and you just articulated that. But I want to make sure that we are addressing the pre-existing issues that were highlighted in this 2018 report, to make sure that we're not going to move, if the council decides to move anything forward, we're not moving something forward that still has the lingering issues that were identified years ago.
Well, we will work with the council during this budget period to make sure that we are addressing the concerns, because ultimately we believe that having this tax credit or tax credit like it is very important. And we've heard directly from businesses how easy it is to do business across the region and still access the talent in the District of Columbia. And we want to make sure that businesses locate in the District of Columbia and grow here.
Thank you for that. Yeah, we're going to have to work closely, and obviously, given the truncated budget process that we're going through with the council right now, it's going to require a commitment from you and your team to work with the committee on this. Do we have that commitment?
Absolutely.
And with the OCFO's office.
Yes.
Um, Let me talk a little bit more about the BSA. It includes, the mayor's proposed BSA includes several related subtitles, including economic revitalization initiatives, Washington DC Economic Partnership, Marketing Fund, and the hotel surtax. I know there was questions about this earlier from my colleague, Councilmember Allen, but I want to drill down on some of this. In terms of the proposal to add the Washington DC Economic Partnership as a recipient of Events DC's marketing fund, talk about why that is and how will the addition of the partnership differ from the services already performed by the existing 3 recipients?
Okay. So the primary, who are we marketing to? When we talk about marketing, who are we marketing to? We're marketing to visitors, we're marketing to businesses, and we're marketing to future residents. Those are the 3 groups that the district's overall marketing effort should target. Right now, almost 100% of our marketing dollars out of the marketing fund goes to marketing for visitors. By contrast, the budget that we have to market to businesses currently, right now, is $200,000. So
And where is that?
and that is through a grant from DEMPED to the economic partnership. So if you're an entity, the economic partnership, that is designed to be our primary business attraction function, that you don't have a sustainable and reliable form of revenue or funding, which is what the marketing fund is. It's a dedicated form of revenue, and it's not adequate, then you cannot grow the cities and market to businesses that want to come here. And right now, just again, by comparison, the amount of investment that we make in attracting visitors represent, it's over $200 million, which I think is great. I'm not, suggesting it's not, but that represents 9% of the district's total revenue. Whereas we give almost nothing and we invest hardly anything in business attraction, and businesses represent 22% of the district's revenue source. So imagine if we put adequate resource into business attraction and marketing, the kind of return that the city gets overall. So unfortunately, in this budget, we are having to make choices, which is why we have made the proposal that we had. In terms of the role of the chamber, the DC Chamber and the Hispanic Chamber in marketing the city, I think that their role is complementary, but I do not think that their role is the major muscle that needs to be built.
And the 200,000 that is currently being directed to the economic partnership, it sits where in the budget?
It sits in the FY25 budget. It sits in DEMPED's grant to the economic partnership of I can't remember exactly, $5 million.
Okay, and of that $3.5 million, that's the total grant, or is that the amount that goes to the partnership?
That's the total grant that goes to the partnership for a majority of their functions.
And this is, you mean the FY25?
25
Approval
budget.
or supplemental?
That's in the
approved
approved.
budget, right.
And what we're looking to do in 26 is shift the source of funds that supports the economic partnership to being a dedicated source of funds, which is what was the tourism district recovery dollars or fund.
Okay.
By the way, I just want to make one more point. Business attraction does support the hotel industry. When businesses are coming to visit, when businesses are coming to the Hill, when businesses are coming for a conference that we have, all of that is business attraction dollars that I believe also complements the mix of people who use hotels, particularly during the week.
Well, I appreciate that. But I imagine if representatives from Destination DC were here, they would also say the alternative is also true, that the Destination DC marketing also helps existing businesses.
It's all an ecosystem.
It's all an
Absolutely
ecosystem,
agreed.
right? Yeah.
Yep.
So just to go back to the Washington DC Economic Partnership, to make sure that we're understanding what they're receiving. So currently they receive 3.5, and of that 3.5, $200,000 goes towards marketing businesses, towards businesses.
Yeah, and marketing specifically, like
Attracting.
ad buys, being at trade shows and centers. The rest of the money is really to support their staff that makes direct
Right.
phone calls and builds
Is
relationships.
it $200,000 specifically for business retention or business attraction or both?
It's both, but it's typically for business attraction.
Okay.
And it's specifically for marketing. It's the marketing function.
Do they receive anything else in the an existing budget beyond 3.5 from Cbed grant?
No, they do not.
Okay. And of what percentage of their overall budget is the 3.5 from Cbed?
It's probably about 70%.
Okay.
So as you state, the economic partnership is able to raise money from private sources. But this is, as we took a look and benchmarked the economic partnership size, which by the way is half of most organizations across this region. I mean, woefully both underfunded and undersized in terms of personnel. But when we also benchmarked the amount of public investment in this type of organization compared to private, it averages at around 70% public sector commitment to an economic development organization such as the partnership.
So in the mayor's proposed FY26 budget, what is the total amount proposed to be directed to the Washington DC Economic Partnership? And then if you could just break down what the money is to be used for.
So we are proposing, our goal is to grow the partnership over the next 3 years, 2 to 3 years, to be an organization that is commensurate with other cities, organizations of our size, as well as to be commensurate with what we're seeing across the region. And so this year, FY26 is a first step in that direction, and we are proposing to grow the district's contribution to the partnership from a current $3.5 million to an FY26 $5.1 million. And we'll see what it looks like in FY27, but in FY27, I would hope to see the partnership grow beyond $5.1 million so that we can start to get on par with not only other jurisdictions, but really for what we need for this moment. And so that's one component. The exact breakdown of the 5.1 is to add significant resources, anywhere between 1.5 to $2 million for marketing. That means presence at trade shows. We talked about growing tech sector. The tech sector hosts events in Austin, South by Southwest, in Silicon Valley, in Boston, in New York. We should be present at those locations. Also at the CES convention in Las Vegas. Those are the types of things where DC needs to have a presence to meet those investors. So anyway, significant increase in the marketing budget, as well as support to have more personnel. Because we currently have a team of approximately, let me see, 6 or so that do direct business attraction and retention work. And we should probably be growing that to about 12 or 15. We should really be doubling our workforce that is reaching out and building relationships with prospects.
And in FY 26, the 5.1 million proposed to be directed to the economic partnership would come from the events DC to DEMPED, to the
That-
economic partnership. Tell me how the money, the inputs and the outputs.
Yeah, first of all, I want to correct the funding from DEMPED for the record. It's
more
not
than that.
3.5 million, it's 3.14 million.
Okay.
Is how much DEMPED contributes to the economic partnership.
That
in
math,
25.
I think, better adds up to the math that we had. So I
Okay,
appreciate that
thank you.
correction.
All right. But to your question, what we are proposing is to convert the TRD, which was originally designed to support the tourism industry comeback post-COVID, which we saw great recovery from. The tourism industry, so we are looking to repurpose that to our most immediate need of the day, which is our economic recovery and stabilization. So that additional 1% hotel tax goes to the Events DC and then would be redistributed back to the economic partnership. Okay, sorry, I apologize. I just want to make sure. So that is true of the marketing fund, which is, okay. The marketing fund goes to Events DC. Events DC enters into a contract with all of the prospective recipients, and we are proposing to add the economic partnership as one of those recipients of the marketing fund. And then separately, there is the 1% TRD, which we are proposing to repurpose. DEMPED would be the proposed recipient of that 1% dedicated hotel tax, which we would redistribute to the economic partnership at the $5.1 million level this year.
So the 1% goes from collections from the OCFO to whom?
To DEMPED. And the breakdown of how the money would be used in FY 26 is provided. And that's where you get the 5.1. That's also where you get the 250,000 for the Chinatown Renewal Initiative, the investment in Gallery Place. That it's a total of $23 million is all going to all of the different activities that we believe are necessary to make sure that our economy is stabilized and grows.
So I do want you to reconcile something for me, because I do find it interesting. And I want to acknowledge, I think, the desire to address these areas of the growth agenda and have sufficient funding to do so. And so I appreciate what you all are faced with and why you're proposing certain things. But you did just say that the partnerships, sort of marketing businesses, is a priority, and you want it to be more commensurate with other cities. You say that on the one hand. On the other hand, though, you would take funding from Destination DC, who consistently testifies before this committee that the funding that they have to market the District of Columbia is not commensurate with other big cities. Hence, their request of the council in this committee. I authored the emergency legislation that established the Tourism Recovery District funding. I do also want to acknowledge what you said. It did take in more than was forecast. So let's dig a little bit into the numbers. What are you all in your budget projecting that this 1% would generate for FY '26?
We are projecting 23 million.
Okay. And and in looking at you all's FY '26 budget, is it correct that DMPED is going to receive $1 million toward tourism activities from the State Tourism Grant Program at Department of Commerce, U.S. Department of Commerce?
Good afternoon, or good morning, Chairman Dr. Curtis Lewis. I'm the AFO for DMPED. That is just budget authority. The grant itself ends or terminates in November. So any residual activities need to have budget authority, and so that budget authority is there to serve that purpose.
Got it. Let me give you an opportunity to respond. We've had conversations about this. I've heard from a number of my colleagues who are concerned about the proposal to redirect the Tourism Recovery District funds, and I'm sure you've heard from them as well. How do you respond to the concerns raised by industry officials who are concerned about the funds being redirected for the purposes that you articulate and that are outlined in the mayor's proposed budget, but that take away from Destination DC's ability to market the District of Columbia? You mentioned how we've seen the comeback post-COVID. What Elliot Ferguson testified to last week is that taking the funds away impacts their ability to sustain the efforts that have been established. New international offices being created, more tourists coming to the District of Columbia, conventions, et cetera. But that if you redirect those funds, you impact the ability to sustain those efforts. How do you respond to that?
I think it's really important that we level set, and I'll begin my comments with that. I also, so in terms of level setting, right now we are entering into a period where every industry, particularly that relies on consumer spending, that's tourism, that's theaters, restaurants, retail, are going to be troubled. And so that's across the board. And we are not favoring one industry over another. We're looking at what are the strategies that if we put in place today can stave that off and that we can recover quickly. That means we need our residents who are potentially going to be unemployed to be employed because they're the buyers of the goods and the services. And when we have that business base that's strong and filling space, which is property tax, commercial property taxes are some of our biggest revenue generators. Having that business attraction fill available space is rather than converting space, is the fastest ways to stabilization. So I cannot underscore how important business attraction and marketing is. It's imperative. And the district has not historically needed to do a lot of marketing and business attraction because we've had such a strong, stable economy with the federal government as a major pillar of it. So right now our task is to diversify our business base so that we can maintain commercial property tax income, so we can maintain those job, personal income taxes. And so that spending by people who have solid jobs and predictable jobs can continue to infuse our restaurants and everything else. So that's the premise at which we're looking at. Destination DC has had $30 million of consistent revenue from the district pre-pandemic. That's what their budget was. And compared to the economic partnership,
Just to be clear, the budget was 30 or 20?
well, I want to make, I am not an expert in Destination DC's budget, so I will want to go and make sure. But I believe it's, it's definitely north of 20.
I think it increased to 30 with the 1%.
It
Tourism
increased,
Recovery District.
no, the 1% has almost doubled their budget. So the TRD, as I understand it, and you were around when the council voted on it, the 1% was to recover from COVID specifically, and it was designed to sunset in 4 years,
No,
in
I
27.
think you're right on the numbers. That just occurred to me, so.
So can you repeat what you think is correct?
I think it increased by $23 million with the 1% increase
did.
that was implemented in emergency legislation 2023.
Correct. I think
And I
that
think we're operating off of about 30 at the time, I believe. We'll get the numbers correct.
so as I understand, and again, these are round numbers, and I apologize I don't want to state numbers that are not correct. But as I understand it, the first year of the TRD produced, north of $25 million. This year, it's projected to produce $26 million. And next year, it's expected to produce, we took a more conservative approach and said 23, but I believe the CFO is estimating another 26 million. So I think that right now, in terms of the justification for looking at this source of funding to do what we are proposing, it's that the TRD was successful. And the question is, what is the stabilized amount of investment that the district makes in tourism attraction? Is it $30 million? Is it $57 million? Or is it somewhere in between? That's one question. Then you have to compare that to the amount of investment and return on investment of investing in business attraction. Currently, the district commits $3.14 million compared to 30, compared to 57 for tourism. We only invest $3.14 million in business attraction. By any number of metrics, that is inadequate. And so the question is, how do we balance tourism attraction with business attraction? And I would proffer that business attraction and businesses, which generate approximately 22% of our total revenues, compared to tourism that generates 9% of our total revenues, I believe very strongly that in terms of job growth, and at this point, it's job recovery is what we're looking at, and stabilization of commercial property taxes, and all of those things, that our priority has to be business attraction. And we are not touching the original $30 million that Destination DC has historically gotten. So unfortunately, I would suggest restoring everything, that we would invest dramatically in business attraction, as well as allow the tourism dollars and Destination DC's good work to continue. But we are in a tough budget, and so we have to make tough choices, and that's where we're at.
How about the idea, though, that the commitment that this council made to when we advanced the emergency for the recovery, the tourism recovery district, some years ago, was to have it sunset in 2027. The mayor's budget does not sunset its use of the tourism recovery district funding. How do you respond to that? I mean, the idea was that the hotels would get this bump and that it would be redirected to the industry. This is I think I would agree when you say that there's an ecosystem and that there is a benefit to hotels as there are to other businesses when you do this, but the commitment was to have it sunset in 2027.
So I believe that when it was originally designed, it was designed again with the intent in mind of recovering from COVID. It was a very time-specific surge of marketing dollars to overcome and get people back traveling to the district. So that's what made sense with a very pointed recovery action, and that's why it sunset. What we're facing now in terms of diversifying our economy, that activity needs to be longer than a 2-year activity effort. This needs to be a decade-long activity effort to make sure that our economy is repositioned and diversified. So that's kind of the first point I want to make. The second point I want to make is that we are proposing that in the out years, that a portion of the 1% goes back into the general fund. And so it's not all going towards economic stabilization and growth. It initially is going towards economic stabilization and growth, but in the out years is reduced into something more sustainable, shall we say, and allow the rest of the 1% to benefit the general fund.
But the idea is that the tax doesn't go back to what it was
Correct.
pre-emergency legislation in 2023 for the tourism
So
recovery
a
district.
total of,
14, I think it went from essentially, it was 1% that took it up. I don't remember the numbers actually. Actually, I don't have it in front of me. But it is not reverting back to what the tax was.
correct. We would be making permanent the hotel tax at 15.95%.
From 14.95.
14.95 pre-pandemic, correct.
I mean, it was actually 14.95 up until we did the emergency in 2023. Okay. Again, concerns exist. They're shared amongst a number of people. I wanted to make sure that you had an opportunity to create a record to address some of the concerns that have been raised. I'm going to turn now to Great Streets. You talked about that earlier, and you answered some questions from my colleague earlier. The Great Street Grants Disbursements subtitle proposes to eliminate language that would require DMPED to divide the grant awards and disperse them in allotments. Can you discuss the challenges that you may have had in awarding the grants under the law's existing language, and talk more specifically about how the executive plans to disperse funds if this language is repealed and
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I'm going to just lead with a comment and a goal, and then ask Interim Director Scott to reply with the specifics of how we manage it. But in general, right now, there is a mandated there's a requirement to distribute funds or disperse funds in tranches in multiple disbursements. And just generally, what the District of Columbia and what the mayor is trying to do right now is make things as easy as possible for businesses to continue to be awardees, as well as to cut red tape. And so just generally, we have heard from a number of businesses, particularly small businesses, that all of the paperwork and the administrivia and the inability for them to move forward quickly in deploying the grants that they receive is becoming too burdensome and complicated for them. And so we're trying to be responsive to that, but I'll ask Interim Director Scott to kind of provide more detail.
Thank you. I'll just add, as the Deputy Mayor stated, the intent of this is to make it easier for the recipients to deliver their projects. And so what it would do is it would restore to DMPED the ability to make the decision of how individual grants are dispersed, whether in a single tranche or multiple tranches, based on the particular scope of work of the project, our assessment of the grantee's risk, their ability to deliver, their timelines. So it provides us the flexibility to make the determination without being required to disperse in multiple tranches.
Thanks for that response. The mayor's proposed neighborhood prosperity fund subtitle would expand fund eligible projects to projects located in retail priority areas and Main Street corridors. And I have to tell you, I'm a little bit concerned about the expansion, as the original language limited the reach of the funds to mixed use or retail real estate development projects and low income communities, including additional areas. In my view, could open up these funds to projects that are located in more developed areas of the city or more prosperous areas of the city. So talk to me about why this change and what do you intend to accomplish by making it?
Well, thank you for that. Right now, what we are looking to do is stabilize our retail corridors and support retail across the city, ensure that it remains vibrant. And so when we looked at what the intent of the Neighborhood Prosperity Fund was for low-income corridors in particular, and evaluated what a great street is and what a main street is, those also have those characteristics as well. The Great Streets program is really intended to boost up certain corridors across the city. They're designated. Same thing with the Main Street. They're designated, and very often the relationship between kind of low-income census tracts versus great streets versus main streets, there's a lot of synergy. Not exclusively, there's great streets and main streets throughout the city. But as an example, downtown is neither a great street nor a main street, but Upper Georgia Avenue is. And so we thought that the Neighborhood Prosperity Fund, which has a certain intent, but it also has a higher dollar threshold compared to both main streets and great streets, became a very important enhancement and ability to make sure that retail corridors or commercial corridors throughout our city had access to all of the tools in our toolkit.
How much is in the proposed budget, FY26 budget for the Neighborhood Prosperity Fund?
So it's included in the total that we intend to be 6.2 million that we discussed earlier. So that 6.2 would cover the budgets for Great Streets, Neighborhood Prosperity Fund, and locally made.
Okay. Is the idea, because it could be understood from people in communities across the district that the original focus of the Neighborhood Prosperity Fund to projects in low-income communities has been satisfied, and that therefore you want to expand the areas that might tap into the $6.2 million. And I wouldn't agree with that, and I suspect that's not what you intend.
No, that's not what we intend. What we're looking at now is, what is the efficacy? I mean, these are 3 different grants, all serving somewhat similar intents, which is to make sure that our commercial corridors are really healthy and vibrant, and that we get a diversity of applicants and businesses supported. And so by making sure that the Neighborhood Prosperity Fund, which is a really good program. It's really been able to invest and start up businesses that would not otherwise exist. That we're seeing that same demand in other parts of, throughout the city where that same investment can be argued for. And I'll just use Upper Georgia Avenue as an example, where there's important opportunity for businesses that want investment, startup businesses that the Great Streets program and the Main Street program right now cannot, support an adequate amount of grant. And we want to make sure there's vibrancy throughout the city.
To be clear, though, the council has seen the benefit of the Main Streets programs, and this committee has enhanced the funding to the Main Streets the last 2 fiscal years. The mayor has sought not to include that enhancement in this budget, but then sought to include the Main Streets in terms of eligible areas for the Neighborhood Prosperity Fund. And I'm curious as why all the main streets were included in this language. Like who requested this?
It was more an evaluation that we did as DemPed than in response to a specific request. We know, for example, that the Shaw Main Street has a lot of opportunity, both for improvement, but also you're seeing, like some growing demand there, and a lot of local businesses. So I'll just say one thing. I mean, the tension that we're facing in this budget, in the FY26 budget, is the desire to grow and the desire to invest more to support local businesses, but the tension of having reduced revenue. And so we're having to make choices, and we made a modest cut to the great streets, locally made, and neighborhood prosperity, but trying to use that same toolkit to reach a greater number of people.
Yeah. Let me ask, just because you used them as an example, not to pick on them. I know they've been around in one of the more recognized main streets, awarded nationally, Shaw Main Streets. But under the existing eligibility for the Neighborhood Prosperity Fund, would Shaw Main Street not be eligible already?
We'll have to confirm that. I don't believe that they are. We'll have to confirm that. But I would add what the deputy mayor said. If you think about lots of places in Ward 1 and Ward 4, 14th Street, Upper Georgia Avenue, are not included in the Neighborhood Prosperity Fund right now, but may be included in a Great Street or a Main Street.
Well, I guess my concern would be, it feels like it's diluting funding that already was focused on specific areas of the city. And my concern is when we start to like broaden, and we talked about this with the housing in downtown a little bit, but like when you start to expand boundaries and resources aren't really being increased in most instances in these austere times, there are fewer resources to go around. And yet we're expanding entities that are eligible to compete for those resources. Maybe it makes things better, but I think it sends a signal that worries a lot of folks who otherwise might be eligible to receive something focused on low-income communities. I wanted to ask, and I lost my train of thought. I wanted to ask about, so have you all, when's the last time DemPed has actually, and perhaps working with DSLBD, like evaluated the efficacy of the various grant programs? Main streets are very popular, as you know, very popular with the council. We've actually established a number of new main streets over the years. The great streets are very popular as well. And so I guess I wouldn't want the popularity of these programs to necessarily require that they continue to get funds if they aren't as efficacious as they were when they were originally planned. So do y'all have any evaluation mechanisms in place to gauge the success of these programs and whether any of them need to be tweaked or jettisoned for something new as you seek to implement your growth agenda?
So I would say this, we do evaluate the efficacy of programs. We do it a couple different ways. One is, has that, is that business thriving, the grant recipient, and they have a reporting requirement. Did they grow number of, employees, and probably at some other metrics that Mr. Scott could speak to. But, right, all of that works really well when you're in a growth mode. And right now, what we're having to do is position ourselves for contraction in our economy overall. And so now the metrics that you would use to evaluate efficacy might be a little bit different. And so in a contraction mode, you need to contract into areas where you want to have vibrancy. That kind of like foothold of vibrancy really is strong, because then it can permeate back out if the center, i.e. a great street or a main street, is healthy. So right now you have to really, if you're a main street that it's a very long corridor, 8th Street's a good example. Very long, it's a great street. 8th Street Northeast, very, very long.
It's been for a very long time.
Right. And so now, given its length, you have to figure out where's the core that needs to be healthy and vibrant and where people know to come to and reconstitute rather than working, disparately across the entire 1.5 mile core. I don't want to get into why RFK is important to this strategy, but we right now are very focused on 8th and H. And how do you make, because you're bookended by Union Station on one end, and then 8th and H is kind of the next node that needs to remain very vibrant and healthy. And so if we look at the funds that we have available in a constrained budget and we have to redisperse them, you want to not just do that everywhere. Now we want to concentrate that. And so not concentrate it, but align it.
I guess, and that's a great point, but how are you signaling to the business community, small business community, where you are focusing and what you're prioritizing if what you're doing is actually expanding eligibility, right? It sends less of a signal that we're focused on these areas because these areas need it now and the city needs to sort of rejuvenate H Street, right? Because over the course of the last 20, 30 years, H Street has seen its ups and downs and it's seen a number of challenges where you're still seeing, restaurants and other businesses close, despite some of the focuses around public safety that I know Councilmember Allen, myself, and others, and the mayor and the chief have invested in. So I don't know. I feel like I've spent enough time on this for this hearing, but I think it's something worth following up on and exploring because I see the point you're making. On the other hand, I don't know that it stands out in the way that you all have proposed some of the budget subtitles and redirected some of the funding. I don't know that there maybe it needs to be a bit more reconciled to make it more obvious what you are trying to do.
We're trying to bring more tools to the toolkit to areas where 90% of our commercial activity takes place, which is in the great streets and the main streets. That's it. And there are great streets and main streets all over the city.
I know, and I'm going to leave it here, but I suspect, and maybe you all already know this, if you do, I'd love to hear it. I suspect certain great streets and main streets require more focus and investment than others. Not to pit, wards against each other, right? And it's easier for me to say as an at-large member when I was Ward 5, but like it would be good to understand how you all are thinking about it because this is a conversation that the entire city needs to have. And despite the challenges that might be presented with certain communities feeling they're as deserving of funds and investment, there might be a different story and a different reality that you all see through your evaluation of these programs and our local economy and where the money needs to be directed.
And that's why I've mentioned this retail study this year, so that we can really understand citywide what our opportunities are, where the challenges are, and what the strategies are to apply to them. Going into FY26, we just want maximum flexibility to adjust and respond.
Okay, and when is this study? When do you all suspect that it'll be complete and you all have something to work on?
Well, we're looking at issuing an RFP for it this summer, like really soon here. And then I think that the study probably won't take so long, if you want to know the truth, because it is a market study.
Okay.
So I'm anticipating in the next 3-4 months after the award has been made.
Okay. If the district successfully exercises eminent domain of the Truxton Circle lot that the mayor included in her budget, how does it intend to revitalize or redevelop that space? What's the communication been like with the developer recently?
So we haven't had recent communications with the owner, but we will. I mean, our first choice is obviously to work with the owner. I think that we've been trying to do that for many years and see what their plans are moving forward. Given the importance of that site, not only its visibility and the prime location, not prime meaning, but like the visible location on North Cap in Florida, and what we see as an important site to activate in order to make sure that other nuisance activity doesn't take hold in its place. Our going in position will be to work with the owner and see if there's anything see if they have any plans. But given the importance of the site, for the city as a gateway location, we would like the authority to exercise eminent domain if needed.
Okay, and but just to be clear, you all have not engaged with the
Not
property?
recently, not since the budget has been proposed.
Okay, all right. Okay, I mean, the property owner owns a number of properties across the District of Columbia. I previously represented Ward 5 where this property is, and it has been looking the way that it does for quite some time. And I know there are a lot of folks in and around that community who would love to see it be developed. So the committee is interested in what happens there. I know the mayor's preference is not to utilize eminent domain. I don't know if that's changed. I know I proposed it for the W Street trash transfer station. That hasn't, I don't think, happened yet, but I also proposed it for Dave Thomas Circle. We do see what happened when that was successfully obtained using eminent domain, and now we see Peanut Plaza that we just celebrated a ribbon cutting there. So I wanted to ask about that. And hopefully this could nudge the developer to do something at that site. One of the mayor's proposed subtitles would exempt food and beverage sales from sales taxes on August 29, 2025, January 18th, 2026, and May 22nd, 2026. This would result in a fiscal impact of approximately $4.5 million in FY 25 and 26. When DMPED selected the dates that would be eligible for the restaurant sales tax holiday, how did you all gather your information to determine these were the appropriate dates?
So we worked with the Restaurant Association on what dates would matter most. At first, when we were sort of thinking about this, first of all, our primary goal is to support the restaurant industry, which we know is very challenged at this time. So that's our ultimate goal. But when we were looking at it, like what would make a real difference for restaurants, we started with, wanting various sales tax holidays, but then ended up agreeing to two over the course of the next fiscal year, and three when you include the addition of August 29th of this year. These were selected because they complement a holiday on a Monday, and trying to encourage diners to come out to restaurants the Friday prior. So capture your audience when they're already in kind of a holiday and festive mode, but where we know that those are low utilization dates.
Yeah.
So
I want to follow up because the committee received a research report conducted by ITEP that concluded that sales tax holidays tend to be costly, benefit wealthy residents the most, enable businesses to exploit consumers with higher prices, and are difficult for businesses and government to administer. We get the scores on these things, and it talks about how much it costs to implement. But I'd love to know if you all have a sense of the economic impact, how much revenue on average is generated for restaurants when the sales tax exemptions like these are enacted. I don't know if you've seen research elsewhere, but can you talk about what the economic impact actually might be?
we did not run a specific economic impact study on this. I'll need to get back to you with the numbers that we did look at. But right now, again, first of all, this would be the first time I think that the districts tried this. And I think to start with a pilot of 3 dates is very reasonable without undue impact on our city's revenues. With the ultimate goal of supporting our restaurants at this time, I think is incredibly important, not only gesture, but reminder to everybody that we must support the restaurant industry.
And thank you for that. There are a number of capital projects in DMPED's budget that I want to ask you to provide an overview of, maybe talk a little bit about the costs and the plans for the upcoming fiscal year. And I'm going to start with let's talk about Capital One. Where are things with Capital One Arena and the $515 million that was approved for the renovation of that arena?
So just as a reminder, the $515 million is being dispersed over a 3-year period. This summer marks the first year that it's being dispersed. So I can't remember the exact, it's like 170 some million dollars per year. So I'm glad to announce that Capital One Arena is under construction already. And so this year they are really focusing on, they now control the Bed and Bath and Beyond site. If folks remember where that was, it was an underground or a basement level retailer. And so they're going to be expanding their goal for this phase of construction this year is to provide the team expansion areas, an expansion of kitchens, and a variety of backhouse and event functions that are critical. So that's going to be this year. They're underway and they're moving through the approval process with the National Capital Planning Commission and other approvals that are necessary for the year 3 renovations that are going to take place that will impact the exterior of the building.
Yeah, and it is just to confirm, it is, the renovations have started. I was there, I want to say last week with Clark Construction. They had a CBE event at the arena, and it is underway. So it's exciting to see that. St. Elizabeth's East Campus infrastructure, only $15 million, I think, remaining in FY26. Talk about what's happening there and the plans for moving forward.
Yes, thank you. So we are very pleased with the progress we've made at St. E's. The 15 million that is requested is to complete the infrastructure work that will be done by 2027. The reduction is due to just various, as we've gone through the design process, we've been able to de-scope, find savings in certain areas. There are certain features of infrastructure that were originally planned that were no longer needed, or DC, the water tower is a good example where DC Water said that they didn't want those improvements. So we were able to just pull some items out of the budget, but we have confirmed that the 15 million will take us through the completion of the infrastructure.
Okay. How about McMillan? I believe it was zeroed out. It was 228, a little more than 228,000 was remaining, but was swept in the supplemental.
Yes, that sounds correct. DEMPED's work at McMillan is complete. We're obviously continuing to work with the developer to ensure that those various parcels of development continue to move forward.
Okay, and any updates on any of the other, I know that the townhomes are going up. I think they already started sales over there. That was the part of the second phase, or is that, was the community center, the rec center? Just talk about the phases over there.
I'll have to get back to you with the detailed
Okay.
phasing because I don't remember off the top of my head the exact which phase, deliveries go with which phase. I do know that the townhomes are currently delivering. That phase is going very well.
And any idea when the multifamily grocery store, that component would be breaking ground?
I know the developer is hoping to secure all of its financing as soon as it can. I know that they are eager to move forward with that project.
Okay, I think the committee's been in contact with the developer about a tax abatement. Is that something that the executive supports for that project?
We have been working with the developer to evaluate it. That project is not the only one that has requested a tax abatement.
Tell me about it.
So, we are trying to just balance all of the various requests that are being made of the district. We will continue to make McMillan and completion of that project a priority. Moving forward, the projects that can move forward. In this particular one, I know the developer has expended just a lot of time and effort to move that forward, and we'll continue to work with them to support them in that effort.
It's one of the more long-standing projects that I know the district has been invested in, literally for decades. And to get it to this point, I want to make sure that the momentum continues despite the challenges with just building at this point, costs associated with it. So I'd love to be able to circle back the committee with you all specifically, maybe get your insights about the numerous tax abatement requests that the council has received, and how you all may thinking about them, maybe thinking about them in terms of priorities. Is that okay?
In fact, that's, yes, more than okay, and very much in line with our concept of maybe creating a program. Right now, as tax abatement applications or tax abatements come in, they're really one-offs. And the question is, shouldn't we be thinking about this more holistically, so that there's a discipline to it? You know, you had mentioned in prior comments, you know, the transparency. I think that there's a real opportunity here so that applicants can know, you know, what the requirements are and how to get through something with some certainty, which is what our ultimate goal is.
Yeah, we're going to reach back out specifically about this one and others. And the intent of the committee is to hold a hearing on a number of tax abatements that we've gotten. And so we'd love to get y'all's feedback formally. And if you have thoughts about how to structure them, I think they have typically, is the history in the city, been one-offs. The committee has put some structure around some of the requests we've gotten, evaluated them against the request and tailored them appropriately, but would love to get the executive feedback when we have that hearing. How about East Capitol Gateway? Looks like that's still $30 million in the CIP for that one. I know Councilman Felder asked about it earlier.
That's right, $30 million. We intend to use those funds to both conclude the eminent domain proceeding and also advance some of the planning work and infrastructure to secure a grocer there.
Okay. One, two, three, four, Marionberry Avenue Southeast is I think 500,000 in the CIP, but it looks like there could be more, maybe about 2.5 million still in the project.
That's correct. I don't know the specific amount that was carried over from the previous years.
Which project is that though, specifically?
This is the project that is at the corner of MLK and Marionberry Ave. No, not the corner. Is it the corner?
Well, it's one block in. It's right across the street from the Art Center there on Marionberry Avenue.
Is that the lot?
It's the lot. It's the vacant lot.
Okay.
That was, so Dembed had put out an RFP to develop that lot. And the proposer for it has offered senior affordable housing. The, you know, proposer has gone and, you know, spoken with the community about that. There's a big kind of discussion within the community about whether or not that is the best use for the site. We know that, you know, just the financing of that particular project is complicated right now, and would require significant subsidy. And so what we are proposing is to put a hold on that project while we reassess market conditions and instead make that property available to support local businesses by adding some additional parking as well as activating the site for temporary uses. So
Okay.
that's our going in position to 26.
Got it. And then this Howard University, Shaw Howard University, it appears it's $25 million in the CIP for that. What's the
I
status
think it's
of that?
15.
Is it?
Okay. Yeah, 15 million for 26. I don't know what the carryover is.
It's a carryover is $10 million.
Okay, so 25 million.
What's happening there with that?
So, as you know, just recently, you know, the announcement of Adventist, you know, I don't know how to characterize it, pulling out of their partnership with Howard University. That just happened, last week. And so we want to just keep, like right now, our approach is to allow Howard University to, kind of figure out what their new strategy is and hold the funding that's in here so that we can execute on the agreement that we have with Howard if they're to find another partner or find another solution that makes sense.
Thank you for that. There's a $1.4 million reduction in the development and disposition activity line item and a reduction of 5.2 FTEs. What does that reduction represent? And are those positions currently vacant or?
So I can speak to the FTEs. We actually transferred 8 positions from operating to capital, and we held 5 of those to meet our vacancy savings that we needed to meet for fiscal 25, 26.
Okay.
So we currently have 13 total
That was my
vacancies.
next question.
Yes, and we have been approved. We sought a waiver to hire 4 of those. We're trying to be very thoughtful about how we backfill the positions in business development and make sure that we're staffed to carry forward and execute the priorities. So those positions are in business development and real estate with the projects that we have. We've held 6 positions for fiscal 25 hiring freezes and 3 to meet our mid-year reduction targets.
Thank you. The committee's observed quite a few recurring and one-time investments in the FY 26 proposed budget and financial plan for DMPED. And I want to talk a little bit about some of them. Talk about where things are and how much you all have for the Vitality Fund.
You're asking how much we've dispersed in FY 25?
Or how much is proposed, well, how much is in there, I guess, and then how much has been dispersed for the FY 25?
There's $6 million in the FY 25 budget, and there's $5 million proposed for FY 26. In FY 25, we've held about $2 million of the $6 million for future payments to previous awardees who are due to receive performance-based payments either in FY 25 or FY 26.
Okay.
And the remainder of that balance of $4 million has been made available through an RFA for current year applicants. So we're in the process right now of reviewing the applications, or receiving and reviewing applications for FY 25.
Okay, and if you could, the same, if you could answer for the Commercial Property Acquisition Fund, how much was approved for, how much was in there for FY 25, and what are you all proposing for 26?
In FY 25, the approved budget was 2.5 million, and there's 0 in the FY 26 budget.
0. Why is that?
As we were having to make decisions about, cuts to different programs and keeping our focus on, our investments leading to job generation, to, preserving existing businesses. Because this is a new, it would be a new acquisition for a new business, that seemed most appropriate. And so we're putting a pause in that program for next year.
Okay. I know. So I asked my staff to pull it up because I thought this was a very important aspect of the growth agenda. And I know when looking at the presentation, I distinctly remember the mayor presenting it to the council. But it talks about, it asks some questions, I should say, 3 questions that guide the growth agenda. The first one is, does it keep people and families in DC and attract new residents? The other questions were, does it create economic activity to fund city services and programs? And does it attract new businesses and create new jobs for DC residents? I feel like the Commercial Property Acquisition Fund, you might be able to answer yes to all 3 of those questions when you think about the Commercial Property Acquisition Fund, particularly where it is, I think, keeping people in the district. I think it does help to keep jobs in the city. It also builds wealth for people who historically have not had the opportunities to acquire properties. And so I would ask that you all reevaluate what you all are proposing. I intend to follow up with you all about that particular program. But I wanted to just mention that. Tell me about Strong Families, Strong Futures.
So as you recall, this was a 3-year pilot. We are in our 3rd year. It's being administered by Martha's Table. And I believe, and one of their requirements is that once the funding has been dispersed, that they publish a report on its efficacy, and how it has changed or improved the lives of young mothers who have been able to have this dedicated source of funding. So we're in the middle of it, 3rd year out of 3, and look forward to working with Martha's Table on what the results are.
Well, I appreciate that. And I know it predates you, but this committee established that program and really appreciates the mayor's administration of that program, working with Martha's Table. It has been seemingly successful in what is accomplished thus far, and I'm glad to see that it's still in the budget for FY 26. The festival fund, what's the status for that one?
For FY 25, we have expended or committed all of our funding for the festival fund.
Which is how much?
2.49 million. And for next year, are recommending to raise it modestly to 2.8 million. We've seen, I think, really, it's an important fund to have so that festivals, both large and small, can continue to operate in the district, just given the extraordinary costs sometimes of, closing down a street, having, MPD officers, kind of the whole variety of costs, and wanting to continue to support local festival organizers.
It's my understanding that the applications for the DC Venture Capital Fund program are due on June 30th. Is that accurate, or was the submission deadline extended to August?
We can clarify with K Street Capital, but this is the 2nd phase of the due diligence questionnaire. So this is phase 2 of the application process.
I appreciate that. And we covered this last week because a part of the funding goes to the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking. But we know you all have some of that funding as well. And I just think it's appropriate. And I want to reiterate that it's important to me and to this committee. And I think the council would support what I'm about to say. But it's important that local, longtime DC residents and people who own businesses who are longtime DC residents be included in the final selection with that project. I think it's extraordinarily important. We see what the mayor is doing around tech. As you know, we've collaborated and support where you're going with this. But I don't want you all, nor do I want K Street Capital to lose sight that there are people who've been here for a while who are in this industry and deserve opportunities as well.
Yeah, we would absolutely agree with that.
Any concerns about the program, given some of the what's happening on the federal level?
At this point, we don't. We've have not heard any indications from Treasury that the funding that's been committed is at risk, in part because the district already has an executed allocation agreement with Treasury for the full amount, and the funds, as so far as we understand it, have not been proposed to be clawed back. So at this moment, we don't have any concern about the availability of funds.
Okay, hopefully that doesn't change. In terms of like continuing on questions around tech and what the mayor's proposed and some of the things that the council has worked with the executive on, and specifically you and I. You'll recall last year we worked together to support funding for Station DC, the tech hub opening in your market. Can you tell us how the organization is doing and just any metrics you have on their results?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they've launched, and we're really excited about the growth and success that they've had already. Just anecdotally, before Mr. Scott kind of goes through sort of some of their membership metrics, after this this administration took hold, we saw an influx actually of tech companies and investors coming into Washington, D.C. and going specifically to Station D.C. because right now it's our only tech incubator in the city. And that's the type of activity that we want to see more of. You don't need just one tech incubator. You can actually have multiple that specialize. But if Jamie could talk about how this one is doing so far, that'd be great.
Sure. We understand they've had 30 different events so far that have drawn over 1,800 attendees, and they have plans, I believe, for another 32 events by the end of 2025. They've launched 4 different programs to support startups and investors that are focused on starting a business, growing a business, becoming an investor, and navigating the federal procurement process. So they've already established some programs to support their members. They've got about 160 members so far, and then close to another 400 in the pipeline that they're considering for application. So yeah, there's been quite a lot of activity. And then there was news about 2 weeks ago that a company called Leonid Capital Partners has agreed to open a DC headquarters in Station DC as a result of their relationship. And they're a big investor in companies that are getting federal contracts to help bridge the gap between when the federal contract is awarded and when the funds are actually received. So they're here in DC because of their partnership with Station DC.
That's great to hear. And just, speaking about the DC Venture Capital Fund program, what opportunities, if any, do you see for existing organizations that are doing well to make DC the tech capital of the United States, similar to what you're doing with like Station DC with their fund?
Well, I think that, as we've heard repeatedly from the tech community about what they want to be a part of, they want to be a part of an ecosystem that has significant opportunity to meet each other and get access to new innovative ideas. So that networking and conferencing and event generation activity is really important. And I heard from a group of venture capitalists specifically saying, hey, we don't have a big relationship with the city. We'd love to invest more and get access to more founders and more corporations that are here. Can you help us do that? And so I think that that's one area, just by what I call low-hanging fruit, really, sort of supporting the event and conference and networking opportunities. That's why DC Startup Week has done so well. DC Tech Week coming up in October is growing and growing, is because there's so much demand for that. I think that Station DC creating a 13,000 square foot permanent home at Union Market is going to be really important and a way for folks to convene. But I think that, again, creating a real ecosystem and funding it and supporting it and connecting it, not only to the government, but to other types of partners as well, that we're going to see that investors from all over the country and maybe even internationally are interested in locating here.
Thank you for that. Let me pivot. I just mentioned, I don't know if you caught my reference to DC being the tech capital of the United States, but I know you've heard me say that the District of Columbia is the sports capital of the United States. I've also heard you and the mayor and others talk about it. So let's talk about it. With FIFA Club World Cup starting this week, I'd be remiss not to ask what DEMPED's vision is for the area around Audi Field specifically, as it is the home for DC United and the Washington Spirit, DC Power FC, and back-to-back champions, DC Defenders. Well, shout out to the DC Defenders, by the way, too. I don't feel like people can demonstrate in the council, but I would invite at some point a round of applause for what they've done this season. So that's been great. So tell me about what you're thinking and how you all envision Audi Field continuing to be so vital, not just for soccer, but the potential for it and other ways to add to the DC's growth agenda.
Well, I think that the success of our waterfront areas in DC have just been, I think, just surprising, maybe even to those of us who've been working on the waterfront for the last, 20 years since it's been unlocked. And what we're hearing very regularly, even today, not today, but like in general recently, is this connection between the wharf all the way over to the yards, and that waterfront access being so vital, and having, again, these different activities and activations all along the way. Audi Field is obviously a big centerpiece to that. And people are starting to build out, investing in multifamily, residential as a result. We continue to have a couple sites to develop. We have something that DEMPED controls is Parcel B, which is adjacent to Audi Field. So there is still more to be done to connect, again, the wharf to the yards. And Audi Field, the development around it, and Buzzards Point just has more opportunity. I think the things in the future as we think about, Audi Field has, the owners of DC United have an aspiration of putting a roof on the stadium, which is an interesting proposal, and we're working with them on that to see if that's viable, because then that would unlock another venue of another size for which we could hold concerts and other things. But that has not yet been vetted nor approved, but something of interest. We've also heard from, we announced earlier in March that we're looking at Half Street, which the district owns. There's a FEMS headquarters parcel, which again is just north of M Street, which could be another interesting, neighborhood area redevelopment parcel, obviously right next to Greenleaf. And so, there's a lot of knitting together of the neighborhood and making sure that all who live in the neighborhood really get to continue to participate in its opportunities and in its amenities.
I appreciate that. You're a member of the Events DC board in your capacity as deputy mayor. And I asked this question of Elliot Ferguson with Destination DC. But as the sports capital of the United States, and the council does plan to actually mark up that bill, there's a lot of support for it. But as the sports capital of the United States, are there any major sports-related conferences, conventions, or things that the District of Columbia should be targeting to try to bring to the nation's capital that currently isn't happening here?
I don't know about conferences specifically, but what I do think is possible in the future is to expand the types of sports offerings and the way that sports plays into its relationship with community. The community is not just a fan of professional sports. We're also in DC a huge recreation population. When I look at the demands of the fields at RFK, how important those three fields are, and frankly, more demand coming from our young people, coming from our parents, coming from adults who recreate. So I think that as we think about the sports capital, yes, we are home to an extraordinary number of women and men professional sports, which makes us the sports capital. But what the opportunity in the future is to, I think, really round that out. There's all kinds of sports, and we saw even with Formula One coming, which you can have the debate of whether or not that's a sport or a hobby. It's probably a sport, I guess. The inclusion of poker was, to me, part of rounding out the offerings and the amenities that are sports related. And I think that we should be thinking holistically of how we engage the professional sports teams, have their networks work for us as a city, and bring in both entertainment as well as different kinds of sports leagues that are affiliated with the professional sports. And then last but not least is make sure that our base of recreation, club sports that happen at the local level really support our community.
Yeah, and you mentioned you're a member of SCC. SCC has done a fantastic job under the leadership of Angie Gates in expanding, I think, its efforts coordinated with Destination DC on the grassroots level too. In the past, I've attended, I think, one of the largest volleyball tournaments in the country inside of our convention center. This summer, I attended a large Made Hoops basketball tournament, which used to only capture games for boys, but now has games for boys and girls, which is obviously a priority for me as a girl dad. But I mean, it's like 40 courts, hundreds of teams, and obviously there's an economic impact beyond what goes on inside the convention center when you talk about where they need to stay, where they're going to eat, whether if they're coming to DC instead of, no shade, but to Spooky Nook in Pennsylvania, or to somewhere in Hampton, Virginia, at a place like Boo Williams, there are a lot more things to do here that you can't do there when you talk about monuments, malls, museums, and us being the nation's capital. So the complement of having the types of sports offerings that we already have and the things we're just trying to bring, like the NFL draft, I thought you might mention that in 2027. There's so much more to do in DC beyond, the sports that are going to occur. You want to respond to that?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. I mean, we could go on, but when we think about the National Links Trust and their aim of reinvesting in all of the golf courses that we have in DC, I mean, you can just layer opportunity after opportunity. There's a conversation right now about whether or not there's an opportunity for the district to have more of a role at Carter Barron, and not
Should
only
be. I mean,
there
there's
should be.
space. There's an amphitheater that I haven't been to in like 30 years.
Yeah.
I saw, it was Crisscross perform there some time ago. There's space. So I like that you mentioned that. I don't mean to cut you off.
No. I mean, so again, the opportunities are abundant. It goes without saying that the opportunity to build a sportsplex at RFK and bring indoor sports facilities, at scale is something that has high demand from our residential base that would like an indoor track, that would like, gymnastics and all the other kinds of things that right now we don't and can't accommodate. So these are all the things that we have immediate demand for today. And looking forward to building out our brand as the sports capital and really highlighting the diversity of things that people can do when they come here.
Yeah. What about esports? There'd been a lot of talk about it some time ago. I was at an event, a women in business event, and was talking to someone who talked about the fact that it's still a growth opportunity there. And I know that, Ted Leonsis in Monument of Sports has made some investments. But is there anything you can share? Is that something that the city is looking at when we talk about it, us being the sports capital of the United States?
I have not looked at that in a while, so I would want to get back to you with something just more thoughtful and researched.
Okay, and I mentioned earlier that DC's Defenders won the United Football League championship on Sunday, but I'd be remiss if I didn't also mention, especially as a girl dad, that the DC Shadow won the Premier Ultimate League Frisbee for professional women. They won the championship on Sunday as well, so I think it's worth mentioning that too. And now I want to turn your attention to something slightly different, but it is a subtitle that the mayor included in her FY26 budget. She proposed 2 gaming subtitles in her budget, one on card gaming and another on commercial bingo. You provided a quote to the Washington Business Journal on this initiative. So was DMPIT involved in the development of these subtitles? Just really want to hear your thoughts on the 2 new forms of legalized gaming in the District of Columbia.
Yes, we were involved. DMPED was involved. This is something that I want to point to kind of one event in particular, which is, and this is going to seem like a non sequitur, but Formula One, when they came and did the demonstration on Pennsylvania Avenue, all of a sudden we saw in the crowd, first of all, huge crowds. I can't remember the exact number, but lining all up and down.
Just make one up.
Yeah, okay.
We'll get away with making up here.
Anyway, packed. And kind of a new base of people coming out to see that. Young people, old people, huge diversity of folks who are really interested in Formula One. So a new offering. So here we are talking about visitation and why people come and visit DC, and the aim that Destination DC in particular has articulated very nicely about wanting to retain international visitors and the popularity of poker. And so poker and blackjack go together. And so when we started to think about what DC can host, we have a convention center that can host huge indoor events. We have a multitude of hotels. And poker being as popular as it is, and DC used to have a poker circuit and doesn't anymore, we wanted to bring that back. And I could really imagine, some marquee tournaments that take place here that attract national and international competitors. And I think in a day where, people, are communicating with each other over the internet, being at a card game, talking a little bit of trash, and putting some money on the table would be a really great way to bring people, particularly in this political community, together. So it's just another offering that we think has multiple benefits, including tourism attraction, international, as well as kind of bringing the fun back to games.
Thank you for that. I already asked you about the vacant positions at DMPIT, so I'm going to ask about your CBSB spend. What was your goal for FY24, and what was your actual spend in FY24?
Well, we did very well. We hit our goal at 128% over, so we exceeded our goal. Our goal for FY25 was 9.7 million. Our actual expenditure was 12.5 million. And year to date in FY25.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the number? I'm sorry.
Sure. The goal was 9.7, and the actual was 12.5.
Got it. And what's the goal for FY25?
Is that the goal? Oh, the goal still has to be formally determined, but our spend to date is $9 million.
Okay, I'm going to note that we've been joined by at-large Councilmember Robert White, and I'm going to turn to him for a round.
Thank you so much, Chairman McDuffie. Thank you to the Deputy Mayor and to all of our witnesses, government witnesses. Want to touch on a couple housing related things. The first has to do with the St. Elizabeth's East Campus. I've strongly supported the city's plan to redevelop St. Elizabeth's and the addition of 252 new apartments at the site, including 202 affordable units. This is a big win for the city and for Ward 8. I'm concerned that the mayor's budget proposal cuts the planned allotment for St. Elizabeth's East Campus infrastructure by $10 million over the next 5 years. Deputy Mayor, why this cut? And will this impact our affordable housing development?
Well, we are proud to announce, Councilmember White, that the reason for the cut is because we are completing our investment in St. Elizabeth's and our obligations toward infrastructure. So I'm going to turn it over to Director Fenselbeim to speak to the specifics, but the reality is that we had budgeted a certain amount. we have been able to make some strategic, at the request of others, reduction in scope for the infrastructure costs, namely the water tower, but also move into this last phase of infrastructure development, and we know what those costs are going to be. So the reduction in budget is not a reflection of a deprioritization. Instead, it's a reflection of we know what the costs are to finish the infrastructure and are therefore right-sizing and freeing up money that we don't need. Pam, I don't know if you have anything to add.
Good morning, good afternoon, good morning, Councilmember. Thank you. Yes, so on the housing piece, there are several projects, residential and mixed-use projects that are still planned for the St. East campus. The current budget does not reflect funding for those because those will go through the housing subsidy request process through DHCD. So the number in our budget is strictly for the infrastructure, but that we continue to work with all of the developers on the housing developments at St. East.
Is there a reduction in the number of housing units planned for St. Elizabeth?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. I know that parcel 13 is one that has kind of been in pre-development for quite a long time and was facing some challenges. I know the developer for that is just looking at that development program and trying to come up with something that is feasible that can move forward quickly.
Can you get to us through the committee an update on the number of housing units projected, and then specifically the number of affordable housing units projected for St. Elizabeth? Because I'm working to understand if we are indeed looking at a reduction of the number of units, and if so, what our options are. So I just want to understand that.
Yes, will do.
Thank you. I want to move now to housing preservation. I hear frequently, as the chair of the housing committee, from small landlords who are under an enormous amount of financial strain due to current market conditions, but also because buildings in DC are old. 87% of rental buildings in DC were built before 1978. So we're talking about, about 50 years or older. And as buildings age, they become more costly to keep in a state of good repair, which adds to the financial burden, particularly for smaller landlords. The Small Housing Provider Grant Program is a program in the district that helps small landlords keep their buildings in good condition. It's funded by carryover dollars from the Housing Preservation Fund, but the mayor's proposed budget zeroes out the preservation fund in FY26. How do we anticipate supporting small landlords with these older buildings and doing so in a way that doesn't raise rent prices for residents?
Well, our primary goal at this moment is, your committee had a hearing on the Rental Act. Right now, we need to stabilize the marketplace. So that, it's a slightly different question, but it's related in that, dollars and access to capital so that people can renovate is usually done through the private marketplace. And any district funding is usually gap funding. So until we stabilize and make sure that tenants that are capable of paying rent are paying rent, and all the other components that are in the Rental Act are passed, then the stresses and strains on a small landlord just are not going to be changed. So that is our primary focus. As you know, we've also proposed restoration of the Housing Production Trust Fund to $100 million. We could look at that as a source of funding for preservation. It's historically been used for new production, but in the coming year, we could really argue and look at solutions for preservation. Unfortunately, this year in FY25, we've had to dedicate most of it towards stabilization. And so we'd like to get out of that role and move back into preservation and production. So I think there's some options that are available to us, and agree with you that the opportunity to renovate existing housing is a really important one.
Okay, I appreciate your answer. I want to flag a concern that we do have to stabilize, but the vast majority of our buildings in DC are about 50 years older. And when landlords have to make major upgrades, there are not a lot of workarounds for increasing rent. And the cost of housing incomes have not kept pace with the cost of housing in DC. And so we're seeing a lot of people who are stretched too thin and a lot of people being pushed out. This is not, I believe, the time to cut the small housing provider grant program. This is a time where we really need to lean into it more as we work to stabilize the market. And when we don't do that, the consequences are going to fall on residents who are already stretched way too thin. So I will work with you and the administration on that, but that is a place we've got to make some significant progress. I am glad to see that the Housing Production Trust Fund is funded at $100 million in the mayor's budget proposal. The trust fund received few, if any, applications for new construction in this current fiscal year because of the need to stabilize buildings that we have already invested in, and I think that was the right move. But the regulatory environment is also plays a role here, and that hasn't changed much. Do you anticipate that the trust fund will continue receiving do you anticipate that we will go back to the primary use of the trust fund being new production this next fiscal year?
I can't answer that yet, but I think that we will, my guess is, or my anticipation is that we will need to continue to still offer some stabilization grants. And then I believe that DHCD is really the expert in what is the best use of funds. They're going to be publishing the qualified allocation plan this summer, which will speak to what the priorities are for use of district funding for the next coming 2 years. But Director Green and I have spoken about the importance of preservation, meaning, and what preservation means is rehabilitation or major rehabilitation of existing buildings. How do you preserve the housing stock that you have?
Yeah.
And to your point of the number of 1950s era buildings needing, a significant reinvestment so that those units that are there can be preserved, we would share that goal. And so I think that the QAP is going to articulate how best to use HPTF. And I do want to remind, folks that the $100 million, the source of HPTF is in the transfer and recordation taxes.
I'm gonna have to get one last comment in before I run out of time, and I apologize. And I know and love the point that you're about to make. But the point I want to make is preservation has been an afterthought for the district generally. But when we lose these buildings, that's where we lose residents. So the ribbon cuttings, the groundbreakings, those are more fun. But residents who are here now are in buildings. And when those buildings, when the rent goes up too high, when they get condemned, when they break down to a point of no repair, that's where we lose residents because they can't afford to go anywhere else. And so we've got to move to a place where we focus on preservation at least as much as we focus on new production, because that's what's impacting our residents. So I'll leave it to the chairman on the transfer and recordation tax comment you were about to make, but I did want to make that point before I went over time. And so thank you, Deputy Mayor and Chairman. Thank you for letting me join.
You bet. Thank you, Councilman White. Appreciate the questions. Deputy Mayor, I've concluded the questions that I wanted to ask of you. Is there anything else you'd like to ask to the record before we pivot to the next agency?
No, I just actually would like to pick up on this conversation about housing. During our hearing today, we've talked a lot about DEMPED projects, which always have housing sort of at the core and center of them. We've talked a lot about our technology, or the diversification of our economy in sports, entertainment, and technology. But it has not been prioritized, nor has it lost our focus on not just only housing as a general matter. We want to produce more housing, preserve more housing, because those two activities together is what bring down the cost of housing. And I believe that the council and the Bowser administration are completely aligned on that ultimate goal. We may argue from time to time about how to get there, but that is the goal, is to produce and preserve enough housing so that it is affordable to the people of the District of Columbia. And if you are to look out as an economic strategy, I started in DEMPED about 20 months ago and articulated that housing that is affordable to people is part of our economic growth strategy. So I'm really grateful that Councilmember White has joined us at the end, because honestly, this is where we began. Mayor Bowser has put more than $1.5 billion with the council's support toward affordable housing. And that continues to be a banner, not just because it's the right thing to do, but also it's our path to growth.
I appreciate that. Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor. I will just add a comment based on what you said, and highlighting the priority that this administration has in housing. I think it's a shared priority with this council. Again, not always agreeing on the way to get there, but ultimately, I think it is a shared priority. I think part of the challenge, though, is preserving existing affordable housing while also producing new units of affordable housing. You want to produce them across the city, and I think it's just been challenged, and I think some of it has to do historically with how this city has been zoned. No fault of anybody on the dais or seated at that table, but a number of legacy things that are in existence that have created conditions that I think this administration and this council are trying to change in the positive. And we've got some ways to go. We've seen some strides over the years, both under the leadership of Councilmember White, Housing Chair, my efforts as Economic Development, and Mayor Bowser's efforts as mayor. But we do have quite some ways to go to ultimately achieve where I think we need to accomplish in the district to make it more affordable for more residents across incomes, and doing so in a way where we're not concentrating poverty, that we are actually building housing for different people, different backgrounds, and different incomes in all parts of the city, so that they can avail themselves of our wonderful schools, the jobs that are in different parts of the city, and all the amenities that we are investing in, so that we can make the district continue to be a world-class city. So thank you for your testimony and the testimony of your team. I appreciate all my colleagues who joined the hearing for DEMPED today. Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from the Department of Small and Local Business Development, or DSLBD. DSLBD supports the development, the economic growth, and retention of district-based and small businesses, and promotes economic development through the district's commercial corridors. DSLBD administers and oversees the Certified Business Enterprise Program, oversees compliance regarding district agency and non-government project CBE utilization, that's Certified Business Enterprise utilization, and aids in business development by offering training and financing assistance to small businesses. DSLBD also supports the revitalization of the district's commercial corridors through the DC Main Streets program, as well as the Clean Team program. The proposed fiscal year 2026 operating budget for DSLBD is approximately $22.1 million, which represents a 10.8% decrease from its approved fiscal year 2025 operating budget of approximately $24.8 million. DSLBD's proposed budget is mostly comprised of local funds. The agency has budgeted for 57 full-time equivalents, a decrease of 1 FTE from its approved fiscal year 2025 budget. With that, I'm going to turn to our government witnesses and ask that they stand and raise their right hand to be sworn in before we get into the testimony. Do you each swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide to the Council of the District of Columbia and the Committee on Business and Economic Development is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Excellent. Thanks so much. Good afternoon to each of you. Director, thank you for joining this afternoon. Look forward to hearing your testimony. And once you are all settled in, you can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie, members of the council, colleagues in the local business community, and residents of the district. My name is Rosemary Suggs Evans, and I serve as the Director of the Department of Small and Local Business Development. It is my honor to join you today to present testimony on Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2026 budget. DSLBD's mission is to grow and retain the district's small and local business community by meeting entrepreneurs where they are and walking alongside them through every stage of their journey. Whether it's a first-time entrepreneur in Ward 8, a legacy business in Ward 3, we are focused on helping them navigate an ever-evolving landscape with clarity and confidence. That means not just creating new opportunities, but actively removing systemic barriers, simplifying government processes, and delivering real-time technical assistance. Our goal is simple: to build a business environment in DC where every entrepreneur has the tools and support they need to compete, contribute, and thrive. The mayor's FY26 budget reflects a bold, strategic, and responsible investment in our city's future. With $22.1 million in local operating funds, DSLBD will continue to deliver the direct support, targeted investments, and education that our business community relies on. We serve more than 75,000 small and local businesses who are not only economic engines, but also anchors of culture, creativity, and neighborhood identity. These funds allow us to sustain what works, scale what's needed, and keep our promise to build a DC where every entrepreneur in every ward has a chance to grow and succeed. We recognize that small business owners wear many hats, and the government should not be another obstacle to their success. That's why a key component of our FY26 strategy is improving the ease of doing business in the district. This includes continuing to build our district enterprise system, which we envision as a single access point for small businesses to engage with our programs, apply for funding, and receive tailored guidance. I am especially proud that the mayor continued to fund the Aspire program with $250,000 to support returning citizens who are building their lives and choosing entrepreneurship as a pathway forward. Aspire is more than a program. It's a bridge to opportunity. We provide hands-on support, technical assistance, and access to networks that help participants launch and grow businesses with real staying power. We've seen graduates secure contracts and become job creators in their own right. That's the kind of impact we are here to make. It reflects our belief that inclusive growth starts with investing in people and ensuring every Washingtonian has a fair shot. As we continue to expand access to entrepreneurship, I'm also proud of the work that we are doing east of the river. The DREAM program, funded at $500,000, will continue its essential mission of empowering micro businesses in Wards 7 and 8. This 8-week intensive training equips entrepreneurs with practical business knowledge, peer support, and the confidence to pitch their ideas to industry leaders. But more than that, it creates a space where residents can build generational wealth and community ownership. We know that long-term retention and growth begin with capacity building, and DREAM is doing just that, helping local businesses not only survive, but truly thrive in the neighborhoods they call home. DSLBD will continue to invest in programs that provide local businesses with the flexibility they need. In FY25, our CBE Green program awarded $675,000 to CBEs. Moving into FY26, our Business Opportunity and Innovation and Equitable Development divisions will support programs and activities solidifying our commitment to expanding access to capital to small and local businesses across the district. In FY '26, DSLBD will build on the success of our robust retail grant program, with nearly $570,000 awarded in FY '25 to almost 60 businesses. The program has helped both legacy retailers and new entrepreneurs make critical upgrades, from storefront improvements to inventory expansion. Designed with the everyday challenges of small business owners in mind, Robust Retail streamlines processes to eliminate unnecessary bureaucracy. Business owners consistently highlight its ease, flexibility, and real-world impact. In FY '26, DSLBD will continue promoting Robust Retail to help more businesses thrive across the city, underscoring our commitment to equity, retention, and neighborhood vibrancy. To further our commitment to growth, we proudly highlight our Main Streets program, which is funded at $7.2 million and remains a cornerstone of neighborhood-based economic development. This initiative strengthens local business corridors through targeted promotions, technical assistance, and events that drive both visibility and resilience. But none of this success happens in isolation. It's made possible through the foundational work of our clean teams. With $5.1 million dedicated to this effort, our clean teams are essential to how residents and visitors experience DC's local businesses. They clear sidewalks, remove graffiti, maintain green spaces, and create the inviting, walkable environments that encourage people to stop, shop, and stay. As we position businesses for success, we are especially excited by the economic potential tied to major developments such as Cap One Arena and the future redevelopment of RFK campus. These are not just high-profile construction projects. They are long-term investments backed by public funding and team commitment that will reshape neighborhoods and economic opportunity. They represent more than bricks and mortar. They create jobs, generate demand for local goods and services, and open doors for CBE participation at every level. Our role at DSLBD is to make sure businesses are ready to walk through those doors, contract ready, capital ready, and confident in their ability to grow alongside the district. In addition to preparing businesses for large-scale development opportunities, we're also investing in sectors that bring energy, culture, and character to our city, starting with our creative economy. Events like Art All Night build on this momentum. These aren't just cultural celebrations, they're proven economic drivers. Businesses that participate consistently report increased sales, broader exposure, and long-term customer retention. The FY '26 budget demonstrates our steady commitment to sustaining DC's small business momentum despite challenging fiscal environment. We know that the needs of our entrepreneurs are changing, and we're responding by expanding technical assistance, investing in our creative economy, and strengthening partnerships with business owners, community leaders, and sister agencies. These aren't just nice-to-have programs. They are the tools that help people push their business forward. In closing, I want to thank the incredible DSLBD team for showing up every day with heart, hustle, and purpose. I also want to thank Mayor Bowser for her fearless leadership and for trusting me to help lead this work. Together, we are building a stronger, more inclusive DC, one small business at a time. Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to your questions and working together to support a strong, resilient small business ecosystem across the district.
And thank you for your testimony, Director Suggs Evans. As I normally do, I'm going to start with questions around some of the witness testimony that we received, and perhaps give you an opportunity to respond to some of the things we heard from our public witnesses. We had the chance to hear testimony from several residents, including those who work with our Main Streets programs, and love to get some clarity about some of the concerns that they raised. We heard testimony from several Main Streets directors who shared a desire for a new funding structure that includes annual adjustments in funding. Last year, this committee gave DSLBD $1,285,000, I believe, enhancement for the Main Streets program. However, whether um, we're able to award an additional enhancement this year is really bleak in terms of the prospects of doing so. Has DSWD given thoughts a new funding structure that will provide annual adjustments up for Main Streets programs?
So thank you for that question, council member. And yes, I did hear the testimony from our Main Street executive directors. And I think, certainly as you are aware and as they are, our main streets are funded at $150,000 a year, and that's more than any other main street in the country. And I think what's important for us as not only when we are dealing with some constraints financially, is to make sure that those funds are being used in a way that are efficient and equitable. And so our focus and a number of things that we have been able to do is within the budget that has been awarded, we have been able to disperse additional dollars, more dollars to them on the front end. The 1.2 that you awarded in an enhancement, half of that went to all the main streets for administrative costs, because we have heard the need that was expressed there. But we also, again, wanted to be very innovative in how we use those funds and make sure that those funds are being used efficiently and can maximize the most potential for our businesses in the local commercial corridors. And I think we did that through the growth fund. There are programs that are supporting the funds that have been distributed through the growth fund are not supporting just one business. There are some proposals that were to support 3 businesses to buy a building, 9 businesses to help with rat abatement that was happening within the commercial corridor. So I think the ability for you to have provided that enhancement was essential, but how we spent that to make sure that all of our main streets were able to get a benefit of it, but we were also able to use some of those funds to be more efficient.
We also heard specific testimony from, for example, ANC 1A Commissioner Jeremy Sherman, who noted that the Columbia Heights and Mount Pleasant Main Streets received the same amount of funding as other main streets, despite having a larger geographic region to cover. How do you all look within DSWD at equity concerns like the one raised by Commissioner Sherman, given that all main streets receive the same amount of funding?
Well, I think we try to look at, there's a number of ways in which you're looking at equity. I know there have been questions raised about the number of businesses that are supported in a particular main street versus the number of the miles in which the main street exists. I think we also have to look at areas where businesses have not been able to receive the funding through partnerships, through private investment versus other areas of the city. So that's something that we're constantly looking at. I think it's important that as a main street, a commitment to our main street is that we have a budgeted amount and that we are more flexible in how the dollars can be spent within that budget.
And so each main street receives $150,000, but they also they have a responsibility to fundraise as well.
They absolutely have a responsibility to fundraise as well. Yes.
Okay, and do you all look at the amounts that are actually raised by each main street and the impact that it has on the respective budgets?
Yes, we get on a annual basis a report, and main streets are required to report what they have raised.
Can you send that to the committee?
Sure.
As a follow-up?
Sure.
I'd just be curious to see how it's going. I think, and this question really was sparked in part by what you just said in response to my question around equity, because I suspect in certain corridors, it might be more challenging to raise, given the base of businesses, or perhaps the demographic in that community might be more challenging, including the business demographic, not just the individuals or residents there. So I'd be curious to see how that is shaping up in the Main Street community. Paul Spires, along those lines, is the Main Street manager for Deanwood Heights Main Street. He testified about funding for Main Streets east of the river and how there continues to be a need for funding there. And I think we have some questions maybe a little bit later on about the DREAM program grants. But can you talk about how DSLBD supports communities east of the river, particularly during this more constrained budget cycle that we're in?
So absolutely. And as you said, we have programs, our DREAM program, which supports small businesses in Ward 7 and 8. But I'd like to say that, all of the programs that we offer support all of our businesses in the district. We have made a concerted effort, especially in this fiscal year, to make sure that we're getting the information and resources to our businesses east of the river. We did that through a pilot program of, I think you're aware that we, every Wednesday, we're at Martin Luther King Library right over here on G Street. We were in Ward 7 at the library there. Can't remember. Dorothy Height Library. And we received a good number of business owners, residents coming to meet with us to learn about not only what we do, but the resources that we offer. And that is a program that we want to continue, which we are going to be in the neighborhoods, not having the business owners or the residents have to come and meet us at our office or G Street, but make sure that we are doing small business initiatives right within in those wards.
I appreciate that. Are you all are also on the hiring freeze at DSLBD as it is across government? Have you all applied for any waivers to hire any vacant positions?
Yes, we applied for a waiver to hire a manager of commercial revitalization. That was the person just left just about a month ago.
Okay. And are you still awaiting a response to the request?
No, that has been approved. So we're in the
approved.
process of hiring.
Okay. The mayor has proposed a 10.8% decrease in spending for the FY26 operating budget for DSLBD. Unfortunately, this means you're seeing cuts in numerous programs, including cuts that will inevitably hurt some of our most vulnerable communities. And I want to ask specifically about DSLBD's efforts to mitigate what could be long-term impacts to our small business community. According to the agency budget chapters, the mayor swept $312,000 in dedicated taxes and approximately $2.4 million in funding from the general fund. How is that impacting DSLBD? If you can talk about what that looks like for you all.
Certainly. The decreases for 26 came out of, and I'm going to talk a little bit and then I'm going to pass it over to my CAO, but the decreases were in one-time funding. And so I think not only in one-time funding, some smaller contract dollars and a position that had been vacant. So it hadn't been filled. So I think overall, I don't want to minimize the amount of $2 million, but I think it's going to have a minimal impact on us being able to continue to deliver the level of services. We are still able to continue to deliver the same programs that we have been able to deliver. Maybe on a little budgetarily a lesser amount, but we're still able to get those same services out to our small businesses. But I'm going to have Sarah Turner speak just a little bit more to the details.
Sure, I'm Sarah Turner, the agency's Chief Administrative Officer. Like the director mentioned, some of those cuts are the one-time funding that was added, as well as the dedicated tax funding. As you know, that dedicated tax funding was related to the $2.3 million threshold that the agency would have received, and which we weren't able to implement this year because APCA did not meet that threshold. So there will be minimal impact there. What you'll also see related to contract dollars was pretty much a reduction, but they were able to put that back. So we'll be able to operate at the current service levels.
Any funds in the agency impacted from decisions of the federal government? Any federal funding that you all received that might be impacted by this budget?
No, there will be no issues.
Okay.
Currently, we are awaiting to receive the tranche for our Apex federal fund, but at this time, they said there's no threat. of
Okay,
not
and how much
receiving.
is that?
I want to say it's 700 and around 695 to
Okay.
be exact.
Okay. And what is that program? What's the Apex program?
So our Apex Accelerator program supports small business owners in the district that are interested in contracting with the federal government. So it's a kind of one-on-one technical assistance, making sure that they are ready to go into the federal
Did y'all change the
government.
name of that program?
It was, it was
PTAC.
PTAC, Procurement
Okay,
Technical
yeah.
Assistance, yes.
Got it. Okay. The proposed budget chapter shows a 421% increase in continuing full-time employees. Is that correct?
I'm going to let Sarah Turner speak to that, but I believe that had to do with us. We had hiring employees, not at a full-time schedule, but on term schedule, but I'll let him clarify if I missed anything.
Correct. That was just a shift. When formulation started, those positions were in full-time status, but when we went to do FY '26 formulation, I believe 4 to be exact were moved to term. So that's why you'll see an increase in term, as well as that one FTE, which was reduced for
Got
FY
it.
'26.
Okay. Talk about the decrease in spending of the funds allocated for business opportunities and access to capital. I think it's $345,000 decrease.
So this is somewhat of a net of things going on, but it's truly an increase in salaries and fringe benefits, as well as I mean, it's mainly increases in salary and fringe benefits.
So that's a decrease in salary. You said an increase? It's looks like a negative $345,000.
Yeah, no.
I'm looking at
You're, I
business
mean,
op-
correct. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I just have my numbers kind of swapped. And typically what the agency does is when they do replace positions, they typically replace them at a lower salary rate than was originally budgeted.
Okay, and so what's the impact though into that program and the agency's ability to fulfill that aspect of its mission?
Sure. I just want to clarify one thing. That 345 consists of the 169 from the loan loss reserve, 46K from District Connect, as well as the part of the vacancy savings we gave up. There will not be much impact, given that the loan loss reserve was reduced because we introduced a micro line of credit program for FY '26, given the fact that we noticed businesses were reluctant to take out loans, given the current economic climate.
How much is in the micro grant program?
For FY '26, 200,000.
Okay,
Yeah, I apologize. I was looking at the wrong line item.
okay, got it. Okay, thanks for clarifying that. So it looks like you all have, and obviously due to the financial constraints this fiscal year, but the proposed budget indicates significant cuts to nearly all of the grant programs that you all have. So I'm looking at approximately $300,000 in cuts from the robust retail grant for FY '26. Is that accurate? And if so, talk about how it's going to impact that program.
Thank you, council member. I don't see a cut of 300,000 in our robust retail. I think the only cuts in our grant programs, including Main Streets, would be the reduction or elimination of the one-times, but I don't see that. We'd have,
Could you clarify which line item you're referring to?
Well, how much is in the the budget, how much was in the approved FY 25 budget for robust retail grants?
500,000.
Oh, okay. And I see where it is proposed for 500,000 FY 26 as well? So
Yes.
no decrease in robust retail?
No.
Is there a decrease in any of the grant programs that you all administered in, as proposed in FY 26?
The cannabis business is $300,000.
So I'll ask about that. I have a question later on about the cannabis business program,
Okay.
but that's the only grant program where the funding has been decreased?
Yes.
I'm going to ask Matthew if you can start the clock. We've been joined by Ward 3 Councilmember Matt Fruman. I want to acknowledge Councilmember Fruman's presence. We'll do a 10-minute round.
Councilmember, can I just clarify the reductions?
Please.
The $300,000 for cannabis business, and then for FY 26, the Ward 6 grant is a reduction from 350,000 to 178.
So to talk about the reduction in the Ward 6 grant, because I know we worked, this committee worked directly with Councilmember Charles Allen, who is a member of this committee. Talk about why that's been reduced.
Well, I think, again, as we talk about trying to figure out, how we can spend the limited funds that we have efficiently and also make sure that we are meeting our mark. We do have organizations through our main streets and through the work that we do at DSLBD that also provides grant opportunities for those businesses in Ward 6. So the reduction in the additional, the reduction in that amount, I don't think is going to significantly impact those businesses, given the services that they will be receiving, not only from DSLBD as an organization, but also from the three main streets that encompass Ward 6.
Yeah, I mentioned in my questions to Deputy Mayor Nina Albert, just how the executive is measuring the success of the various grant programs. And I know, particularly as a former ward council member, how popular these programs are. And I have contributed and supported my colleagues establishing new main streets in parts of the city. But I do think we are challenged by both the financial environment within which you all have to work, and the city's bottom line is impacted by that. But it seems like there are programs that are expanding the eligibility, both in terms of who can apply for things or the boundaries that are included. And I'm not just speaking about Main Streets now, I'm talking more generally, but I worry about diluting the available funding for certain types of programs that our small businesses look to, because it increases the competition, which may or may not be good, but I don't know that we fully understand what the return on our investment is, depending on which organization gets a grant. That's a long-winded way of saying it feels like it needs to have more specific and intentional evaluation of the program so we understand its efficacy moving forward. I don't know if you have immediate response to that. I raised this last year too, and we didn't fund a study, but the committee has contemplated. In fact, we've seen testimony by numerous witnesses who suggest that perhaps there needs to be an evaluation of the various grant programs, Main Street programs, Great Street programs in the District of Columbia. How would you respond to that?
So I would say that one of the things that we did, and my chief of staff will correct me if I'm wrong, before we did Foggy Bottom Main Street, was have a study to see if it made sense for there to be a Main Street. There was a request for a Main Street, but we didn't know, we wanted to really take and do analysis if there was really not a need because someone felt that way, but there was a really need for the businesses. Based on that, the following fiscal year, once the study was completed, there was a recommendation for there to be a Main Street in that area. That's one of the tools that I think as we move forward and we're thinking about in partnership with the council where there should or should not be a Main Street is we do a real study as to whether or not that the need is really there, or can the need to support the businesses come from other partnerships other than a Main Street. But in addition to that, what we do on an annual basis is from our Main Streets to see the benefit in the work that's being produced from the executive directors. We do collect data. Now, I certainly wouldn't disagree with you. There's more work that can be done, but we do collect data such as net jobs created, new businesses created, rehabilitation projects that are completed within the Main Street. We get that kind of data on an annual basis from those Main Streets.
Yes, and I mentioned because a number of Main Streets were created during and post-pandemic because of the impact that the pandemic had on those businesses.
Mhm.
Well, the pandemic is no longer impacting every business in the same way. I'm not suggesting that every business is fully recovered, but so we moved to recovery and post-recovery from the pandemic. And so I think it's important for DSLBD and the executive and DMPED and that cluster to understand the ongoing effects of things like a pandemic or whether businesses are challenged by other economic conditions and whether they're unique to where a business is geographically or other things. I think that's very important to really understand and whether a business or a community needs a Main Street or they need a retail priority area or they need something totally different. Because as we talked about earlier, every Main Street gets $150,000. Whether you are, in Ward 7 or 8, or you are in 4 or 5. And I think it's important to understand whether what the city is doing to make investments in those communities corresponds to what the need is in those communities. The mayor proposed a $228,000 decrease in Clean Teams funding this year. Talk about why that is and what you all envision the impact being. We have testimony from a number of Clean Teams about the need to have additional supports. We had a number of Clean Team workers present during the hearing. So talk about that, please.
Those were tied to one-time funding, but I'll have Sarah give some more specifics on those.
Sure. The one-time funding was tied to $100,000 that went to, I believe, Penn Avenue for 100,000, and then Ward 1 received 127,000 to expand this given Clean Team service areas.
I would also, Councilmember, just like to add that, and we talked about this before, we are certainly committed to our clean team, not only organizations, but the employees of the clean team. And we did make a commitment through the pilot program, and we talked a little bit about this with you last year. But we put some, I think it was 12 clean team members through, in partnership with DPW, through the CDL training program. 3 of which actually graduated and got their CDL training. So we are committed to working with our clean teams, making sure that they have not only the opportunity to grow in their profession, but also making sure the clean team organizations have the equipment that they need. So we're also partnering with DPW to make sure that our employees in the clean teams have the equipment that they need to do the work that they're
Okay.
doing.
Before I turn to Councilmember Fruman for a round, if you could talk about what your CB goal and actual spend was for FY 24, and then which agencies, if any, did not meet their goals in FY 24?
So our FY 24 goal was 900,000 and we exceeded that goal. We were at $1 million. So we were at 118%. We had 4 agencies, I believe, that did not meet their CBE spend, but 2 of them were at 99%.
Which are they? If you could run down which ones they are and where their spend was.
I don't, if we can I get that
Sure.
to you?
You can
Yeah.
follow up with us on that.
But 2 of the 4 were at 99%, and then the other 2 were under 50.
Okay. And then how many vacancies does the agency have currently?
Go ahead.
The agency currently has 5 vacancies.
And what's the vacancy spend rate there?
The vacancy,
Savings?
the vacancy savings rate for FY 25 is 167,000.
Okay, got it. Okay, I'm going to turn to Councilmember Fruman for a round.
Thank you very much. Great to see you, Director. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie. I'm going to reprise a number of the themes that Chairman McDuffie was talking about. My 2 focuses will be the Main Streets and the clean teams. There's lots of tools in the toolbox. Main Streets, I think, is a very effective one and delivers different kinds of benefits, some tangible, some intangible. Just bringing communities together has a positive impact, I think. Going back to what Chairman McDuffie was asking about data, each year, I am 100% for the very, very strong support for downtown, but I think we cannot forget our neighborhoods. And so I will always be an advocate for the main streets. To what extent do you feel that you have adequate data to evaluate the impact of the main streets? And to what extent do you think we could benefit from an outside study that would evaluate the benefit of the main streets, which could inform the discussion and debate next year?
So thank you for that question, Council Member. I think the data that we collect helps us to understand how well the Main Streets organizations are supporting our small businesses. I think, to your point, there's tangible data numbers, and then there's the intangible about going to a main street, the feeling that you get, the community that is created, that's intangible, but extremely also just as important. I think our Main Street executive directors do a great deal with the resources that they have. And I think one of the things that we have talked about since I've been in this role is having our main streets work more closely together. For example, we have 3 main streets on Georgia Avenue, Upper Georgia Avenue, Lower Georgia Avenue, and I forgot the other one, but having Mid-City, but having those main streets working more closely together as it relates to resources and that sort of thing, as you're promoting the businesses and trying to support the businesses within the main streets. So I think the work that we do, the data that we collect, helps us to and informs us how well the main street is doing.
Are you working with the Main Street directors, training them on what sort of data they should be collecting so that it all feeds into a pool, or?
So we meet with the Main Street team, executive directors on a quarterly basis. And sometimes but our team meets with the Main Street EDs on a much regular basis individually. And so there are requirements of reporting, and all that information is walked through with the Main Street executive directors, especially once when we have new Main Streets start, we do an orientation with those Main Street executive directors as to what the requirements are. But on a regular ongoing basis, our teams are working and talking with the Main Street executive directors. And that's why we are able, and it's not something we like to do, but when a Main Street isn't performing, then we have to remove that organization from the work.
And do you do comparisons of corridors where there are a Main Street or a bid organization and where there are not? You know, one thing is to gather the data about what's happened in the corridor, but in order to evaluate efficacy, it's good to have something to contrast to. Do you do that kind of analysis?
I believe prior to my tenure, there may have been something like that done. I'd like to get back to you on that. But like I said, we don't so much compare Main Street to Main Street because every Main Street has a different culture. And there are some main streets that have, a significant number of businesses, and there's some that don't have as many businesses, but you see the neighborhood really kind of coming around and supporting those businesses. So that's kind of where there's a little bit of a challenge in being able to say how by a percentage or number how effective it is, but you know that there is it's just as effective as a Main Street that may have, twice as many businesses on it.
Okay, so in one sense, I'm asking you, how do you evaluate these organizations, which I think are very important, and then I'm going to pivot to a different thing where I'm sure that you hear from Main Street directors that they would like to have more flexibility in what they can do, that to be able to be more nimble on the ground. And one challenge that's out there is that funding has been pretty flat. I mean, we put one-time money in last year, but then if you took that out, then you'd be sort of where we are this year, but costs are going up for everything, and expectations around salary are going up. And so you have the 50% cap on administrative costs, which can become a challenge for paying executive directors and including additional staff. To what extent are you open to reviewing that cap in the environment of pretty flat funding in order to make sure that the organizations can have qualified people in place and be effective?
We are absolutely open to being flexible with that. I think in the enhancement that was done, where for FY25, we allowed some of those dollars to go for administrative costs. I think, but the priority, and I think I hope you will agree, is we want to make sure as much as possible that those funds get to the small businesses. And so where that kind of crosses over into we don't want that to cross over into those grant funds, those sub grants that we have for our small businesses that are in the commercial corridors.
So, and last year, what you did, I think, you took the enhancement and you had half of it that went directly to the main streets and then half of it that was used for grant programs. And for the half that went directly to the main streets, has it all gotten out the door yet? Or
Yes, it does.
As of when did it all get out the door?
We can get back to you, but it was a few months ago that went out.
Okay. Uh, I know I've heard from Main Streets that in an ideal world, the money was there, couldn't be available at the beginning of the year, but then on the grant funding, is that all gone out the door, the other half?
Yes, it has.
And do you have a sense of what percentage of the folks who applied for grants were able to secure grants using that $500,000 or so, or $600,000 or so?
So everyone received something. Some of the applicants received the funds for the programs that they wanted to put in place. And then others, what was left, and I believe it was about $5,000, went to the remaining applicants. So everyone received something.
Okay. And if the council were to do another round of supplemental funding, would you want to use a similar kind of model? How would you want to approach it if we, the council, could add funding for the Main Streets, which I will be 100% transparent, I would very much like to do because I think they're very important institutions that are making a real difference on the ground.
Well, I think we received some, again, really innovative ideas and proposals that were awarded. So I would say that I believe that those are going to be successful. And so, yes, I would love for us to be able, as we're thinking about the limited, dollars that we have, how can we use those funds so that we can maximize the most benefit for our businesses within the corridors? And I think the growth fund, grant fund was the first step to that. And I would certainly love to build on that.
Okay. Last question as the clock runs out, but I mean, grants generally, this is another thing that I hear about from Main Street directors is that it can take a while for the grants to get processed and to get the grants into the hands of the grantees. What kinds of things are you thinking about to try to expedite that process? I face this in every hearing I go to.
Yeah.
Out of school time, I hear about it. In homeless services, I hear about it. What kinds of things are you thinking about to try to speed up,
Yes.
expedite the grant
No,
process?
thank you so much for that question. And I have a discussion quite frequently with my team. This year, we went to look at a payor kind of system and had a payor assigned to certain grants that were going out, hoping that that would expedite it. We're always trying to improve. And my team knows that I say, once a grant has been awarded, I want that recipient to receive those funds, and I'm going to say it on the record, within 2 weeks. But then I learned, particularly this past fiscal year, that there are a number of steps that happen. And so what we're going to be doing as we look to 26 is making sure that those steps that I didn't know needed to happen as part of the timeline, because I don't want to have a small business owner or entrepreneur knowing that they've been awarded something and it take, a month or 6 weeks to get those funds. So that's what we're committed to.
All right, well, I am glad to hear it. I will wrap up by noting that I am going to take down that aspirational goal. And I think the next
Yes.
time I will come back to you and say, what's the average time that it's taking? Let's work together to get towards the goal that you're talking about.
No, I'm with you there 100%.
All right. With that, I'll turn it back to Chairman McDuffie.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fruman, and thank you, Director, to you and your team. I don't have any additional questions at this time. Is there anything else you'd like to add to the record?
Again, I would just like to thank Mayor Bowser for putting her trust in me to run this phenomenal agency. I'd like to thank you, Chairman McDuffie, for your continued partnership over and over for whatever programs or ideas that we have. And I'd like to, again, thank my team for showing up every day. Yeah, there was a follow-up of the 2 weeks. Oh,
No, we're good. I had some additional questions. I didn't realize that this was going to be the end, but let's let this wrap up and I will talk to you in 1 minute.
Anything else you'd like to add to the record before we close out?
that's it. Thank you.
And thank you very much. I want to thank all the witnesses who testified today. As a reminder, those interested in submitting written testimony for the record may do so until Wednesday, June 18th. Submissions should be uploaded via the hearing management system on the council's website at dccouncil.gov. There being no further business before the committee, this marks the end of today's hearing. The time is now 1:11 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.